Good morning and welcome to Cross Country Day at Morven Park International and Fall Horse Trials. I'm Annie Bishop and I am joined by Sarah Cosenblick. Sarah, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. I am so excited. This course is absolutely stunning. I think it's safe to say one of the best. You're not going to find a more beautiful, more challenging cross-country course that is on super turf and anywhere in the world. This is one of the best four-star courses I have ever seen or ever walked. It is really exciting. We've got a bit of rain going on here, as you can see, but you know what? It's cross-country. We're not babies. We're not fair weather riders, so we are going to go on out here. And to be honest with you, I think it'll only make the ground a little bit better. I mean, it's not fun riding in the rain, but we do need to practice it in case we get to a major championship, and it does this because that's life.
That is life, and Derek has set an incredible course, as Sarah was just saying. The optimum time is 10 minutes and 21 seconds. Last year, only 3 people made the time in the furlong, and the year before that, no one made the time. I don't know if we want to set any predictions this earlier in the day, but I have a feeling we might see 1 or 2 sneak inside the time, and the lady who's going to start us off is Caroline Pamuchku on She's the One, and Caroline is a very speedy rider, so I think she could tell us how this is going to go.
Absolutely, and she's going to be a very busy lady today. She's got several horses going, and this is also her last competition before she heads over to represent us in Chile in the Pan American Games.
It's excellent. So you see her out over the fence 1, and she's going to go over to a MIM table and a log table, and then we will pick her back up at the first water.
And we like to use the first few fences on cross country just to get into a nice rhythm, which Caroline is doing.
Go.
And she's just, getting out there and getting into her rhythm on course and feeling the horse out.
And this is a fairly new ride for Caroline. She's had her since the beginning of this year. She was started over in the UK by Gaspard Maxud of France. And I know it's a very exciting ride for Caroline to be picking up. I think she's a great little mare for her string. You can see the rain really coming down there. I'm happy that we're sitting in a nice dry spot this morning and get to watch it here. So we're starting off this morning obviously with the 4 long, then we will go to the 4 short, and then we've got the 3-star.
Yeah, with the decision was made to run the 4-star long horses first in case the weather deteriorated too much, just to give them the best ground as the course is much longer than the short divisions.
And as you were saying, Sarah, this is really old turf. And when I was speaking to Derek the other day, he was saying it can take a bit of rain.
Oh, good girl. Good shot in here. It's quite tough jumping back into water sometimes. Oh, good girl. Well, the riders will be happy to see that. Beautifully done through that first water for Caroline. Yeah, it is stunning old turf, and old turf can take a lot of rain, and it's one of the things that maybe people don't think about that much unless you're an upper level rider or you're obviously building these things. But having this kind of turf is not something you can recreate overnight. This is just decades of management.
And here we've just picked Caroline up as she's gone into the other field, and she's going to do a loop here.
It's always tough being the pathfinder, but when you have this many horses at the horse show, that's sort of what's going to happen to you. But so far, so good. It's certainly a good rider to send out first. And it looks to me like she's giving this horse a nice cruisy ride, like she's doing more of an educational ride for this lovely horse.
Yeah, and this is only their second 4-star short together.
Oh, well
Lovely.
done. Well done. That is a tough combination, guys. Well done.
I heard a few riders say that if they saw that on a 5-star course, they wouldn't be surprised. So Derek is really giving the riders something to think about.
Yeah, I mean, I think this course is going to reward bold and balanced riding. And I think if your horse jumps around this course well, it's really going to be a great education for them and help set you up if you were trying to do Kentucky in the spring. This would be an excellent setup for that. Now, here we're about to look at the most famous fence on this course, the Leaf Pit.
She should be here in just a moment.
Where are you, Caroline?
Show us the leaf pit. Sarah, you and I were standing down in the bottom of the leaf pit.
Here she is. Good shot there. I like that he's put that hedge there. It's a nice little setup for this. It doesn't look as massive as it is when you're standing on the edge of it. Oh, good girl. Super. Super.
Well, I think she just gave everyone an idea of how to ride that all day long. It's exciting. And I can see in my other corner that Boyd Martin has just left the start box on Miss Lulu herself.
That's a great name.
It is.
And you can see the same thing, you know, Boyd's coming out of the box. These experienced riders are not coming out of the box on fire. They're coming out and using these first few fences to get into a nice, lovely rhythm, feel the ground and see how the horses are. And then they're going to be, just to be smart about it. And as they're getting out here on this big challenging track.
And Boyd is coming forward on a 34.4, and he's currently in 8th place after yesterday's dressage. I'm going to pick Caroline up here on the back end of the course, going towards the mansion shortly.
So.
Oh
no.
Someone's parted company.
Oh no, is that
I think that's Boyd, possibly. Sorry, friends. We're
watching it. We're watching a different camera here. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like Boyd and Miss Lulu herself parted company early on in the course before we picked them up at the water. They're both up and okay and walking home, unfortunately, but both seem fine and not the best start to Boyd's day, but he's got a few more rides later today, and we'll be wishing him well on those. We're running horses every 4 minutes, which is why there is a bit of a delay here, obviously with an optimum time of 10 minutes and 21. It just takes a few minutes to get everyone around and through.
It just helps give the optimal conditions for everyone and help us improve the safety too, in case we need to do anything at all. And Boyd had it just popped off, which is a shame, but he's totally fine. So any given Saturday, I know it's supposed to be any given Sunday, but any given Saturday, this can happen no matter how good you are. And obviously Boyd is one of the best cross-country riders in the world. So good things for your kids to see, that even the best can sometimes have a pop-off.
There's a wider angle look at the leaf pit, Sarah, and I think it gives you a bit of a sense of how far that drop is down.
Yes, you can a little bit more. I think you still have to stand up on the edge of it to truly feel the fear, but and it looks like we're about to watch Caroline galloping across here. The horse still looks very good and well in himself, or herself, I should say.
She's the one.
Good shot to that table, well done.
And right before this, Caroline would have jumped after the leaf pit. She would have gone to the coffin, which we'll be able to see later in the day. And now she's going to take a big pull up towards the mansion. And this has to be one of the most iconic shots we have on our course here today.
Good girl. Super.
Lovely ride through there.
Super. So balanced and smart at the top of that hill. Gave that mare plenty of time to see where she was going and just stayed very tall and supportive with her upper body. Great job.
Saw a few people walking that yesterday and they said, is it a 5 or a 6? And they said, well, could be both.
Yeah, I mean, it's a funny thing, you just can't, especially when you come on and make a sharp turn like that to an arrow. Not quite sure how they're going to read everything, but I thought Caroline just set it up perfectly. But then when you're going down that hill, you can get down there a bit quicker than you think. You cover anything that's going down a steep hill like that, especially this far along in a 4-star, their step is a bit bigger. Good shot there. So Caroline is coming around here to the water and setting up beautifully there. She's doing a great job balancing before she comes into these tougher combinations, giving this mare every shot. This is a bit open, this ride. Oh, she made it look great.
Beautiful.
I was wrong. I thought that was going to be more open than it is. Perfect. This horse seems to have quite a big step there too.
She does. And Sarah, it looked like she rode right onto the edge of that cedar tree, which is, I know, when you walked the course, what you were thinking you would do as well.
Yes, best laid plans. She executed it for sure.
And next on course, we have Shannon Lilly riding Ideal HX. And Shannon comes forward on a 40.1 from yesterday's dressage. You can. You see all of our volunteers and jump judges and everyone out there in the braving the rain, and we could not do this without all of our volunteers. So a huge shout out to everyone who's here helping.
Shannon's got a nice rhythm there right from the beginning. This horse has a good gallop, huh?
He does. He really covers the ground.
Mm-hmm. I see her approaching the first water. Yeah. That's a bit of a shame, and you could kind of see for those of you that got to watch the course that Kim Severson walked that line, and you could definitely notice with that horse that it was a little bit not sure about jumping back into water. Shannon gave a beautiful, beautiful ride to it. It was very supportive, but you saw the horse patted the ground and shifted left a bit over that second massive log into the water, and it just rattled the horse a tiny bit. It's a careful horse, and just got it a bit off of its game a bit coming out. I don't think the chevron was at all the issue. I think it was jumping back into the water that rattled the horse a tiny bit.
We just saw Caroline still cruising around the course on her way home.
Good girl. Well, she's going to be delighted with that. What a nice ride she's had today.
And a great pathfinder for everyone. We pick back up with Shannon Lilly and Ideal HX.
Good girl.
Super ride through there.
Yeah, good girl. That was an excellent ride at that question. You can see that horse setting up, a very careful horse, as I mentioned, and she was really studying that jump, and Shannon was patient and really good with her upper body there. Like, excellent job.
And those are the moments, Sarah, right, where you just have to say, "Come on, friend, we're right here. I'm with you. Let's go."
Yes, and you know what? I think if I were her, like she had a few fences in between that to get back into a rhythm. If I were her, I would have done exactly the same thing. I probably would have seen how the horse jumped that particular combination, and then sort of made a plan on what I needed to do after that. And she did a great job. Now she'll be feeling a lot more confident
And
moving on.
she's going to be moving on to the leaf pit here next.
And yep, she's approaching the leaf pit now. Or we're a little premature, sorry. That's all right. As I said, we've got a bit. Oh, here she is. Perfect. Super jump. It's a cool horse.
Ears pricked. Oh.
Girl. Super. Shannon, good job.
That was excellent.
Yep.
Starting out on course, we have Lillian Hurd Wood on Chili. And this is a cool horse. They were coming forward on a 32.3. I know she thinks an awful lot of this horse, and I believe he's a thoroughbred.
Yes, I think he is as well. I'm excited to watch him because I've seen him a little bit, but not a ton, and I've heard lots of good things about him.
In their last run, she'll be happy she ran in the rain at Plantation Field, so we've had some practice in the soggy weather.
Yeah, well, I mean, it was a bit wet at badminton this year too.
I'm actually wearing my wellies from badminton, and they're actually still caked in mud from badminton.
Well,
so.
that's the thing. Well, it's probably good luck. I mean, that's the thing. We can sit here and go, oh, the weather's not perfect, but if you never practice in it, you're not going to be able to go. And for the horses, galloping on the softer ground versus the firm ground is actually quite a bit better. It's going to be less concussion on the joints, less risk of injury.
Lily into the first water.
Beautiful.
Lovely.
Well, that looked easy.
He said, "Oh, more water? Okay, let's go, Mom."
Yeah. Well, Jimmy used to always say that a really good cross-country horse was fun to ride twice a year. so I'd say she might be quite happy to be on her thoroughbred here
yes,
today.
No doubt.
He used to also say that a good cross-country horse was going to be like the boys you didn't want your daughter to date. So,
that sounds like vintage Jimmy for sure. He definitely had a few of those.
Yes, he did. He did. Okay.
This is a very big course, as if I'm sure you all are getting some views of it, and the grounds are absolutely stunning. We're so lucky to be able to event here at Morven Park, and this year we're celebrating 50 years of eventing at Morven Park, and we couldn't be happier to be here. Picking back up with Lillian.
Coming to those tricky corners. Oh, did she make it?
I think she was through.
Oh my goodness, good, awesome, thank goodness. And she gave her horse a little pat there. Obviously the plan was for her to jump that and come in on the 3, but the horse shifted a little bit left and just patted the ground and fit the 4 in, but that's all right. I mean, cross-country riding, this is the difference between cross-country and show jumping, is we're going on different terrain, and you have to be very careful that you don't get married to a number as much as you would in the show jumping ring. The line is far more important than the stride.
Picking back up with Shannon Lilly and Ideal HX as they come up towards the mansion. And Sarah, really, this is the furthest part on the course. This is as far out as you go, so you turn here and then you start to head from home to home.
Yep, they're actually watching. Good girl. Yeah, I was a little worried about that because the horse, I don't know if you were noticing coming up that hill, like it was just a little bit longer in the gallop, a little bit, taking it, but we're quite a bit around the track and horses can get a bit tired. And to me, the canter was a bit long and a bit dead. Good girl, she fixed it there. But I ride really well from the sidelines, Annie.
Don't we all? She's going to unfortunately call it a day. And unfortunately, I've just seen that Lillian's had a bit of trouble, a spot of bother at the leaf pit, and she's coming back up to represent to the drop down.
Well, and I think that was smart of Shannon to come around there and jump that chevron, because I don't at all think the chevron was the issue. I think the horse got a bit tired. Oh no! Oh, what a shame.
Oh, Lillian's going to call it a day.
Yes, and what a shame. And I don't know if you guys noticed, but she did such a good horsemanship thing of where she actually went behind the leaf pit and walked in there to show it. He must have had to stop, and then she went to do that to see if she could, bring the horse a bit of confidence to give the leaf pit a try on the second time. But unfortunately, the horse was a bit scared about it today, but that's a shame, Lily. I'm very sorry.
So on the screen now, we have Lucien Bellissimo on Deary, and they are in third place currently on a 28.5. I have a time in for Caroline Pamuchku. Any guesses, Sarah?
No.
She home in 10:38. So she will pick up 6.8 time, and she is now the clubhouse leader on a 38.1. I think she will be ecstatic with that.
Honestly, that is pretty impressive. That horse must have a massive step. But you know what? Riders, when you keep a good rhythm from the beginning, horses are much quicker than they look, because that just looked like a smooth, beautiful, like educational ride. Like it didn't look like she had her foot down, acting like, not that we want to act silly, but it just looked smooth. And wow, good on you, Caroline, because that's 6.8 time is going to be a pretty good score today, I would think.
There's no doubt.
And that horse is now a better horse after going through those finish flags. Come on. Surely they can hear it from here. Good girl. Well done.
And that was a horse, Sarah, as Kim was saying the other day, was going to sort of, that second drop into water, sometimes they just think, wait, what? I just did that.
Yeah, it can really, especially obviously the lesser experienced horses. And that's why sometimes, it's nice to have a water that, I designed one in Ocala that, has like two small ones. That's actually where the O'Connors are now. That you can sort of jump from one to the other, because it is a tough question, and we don't see it as much anymore as we used to see, kind of in the mid 2000, like 2005. We see that stuff all the time. So I think it's the other thing we see all the time that we're starting to see again are those big bounces.
Yep.
And we sort of went, the fad got off of that. After I felt like Mike Yes did it a ton with his beautiful courses. And then last year they had a big bounce somewhere, I can't remember, and everyone was like, oh my goodness.
They had a big bounce into water, I believe at where was it? But they had a double water at Lemulin this year, which actually caused a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And it wasn't just the drop into the water, at Buccolo. It wasn't just the drop into water, it was then the second water. There were actually a lot of problems there as well.
Yep. Good girl, that was a nice ride. That flag's coming down a bit today, but I'm sure you can see we have cameras on those flags to make sure that the horse and rider have gone through them. Obviously, that horse made a genuine effort and jumped well. You're going to just hit it with your boot. That's no big deal.
Your way, Luann.
You see riders out there getting their last walks in.
Yes, I had a little cruise around
was
there
gonna
this
say,
morning
you're
as
a
well.
little- you're a little soggy this morning as well.
I'm a little wet. I'm letting my feet dry right now. But the ground feels amazing, absolutely amazing. The cross-country jumps are beautiful. I just can't wait to get out there. I'm pretty excited.
That's great. And we have another horse about to leave the start box. And this will be Samantha Tinney on Cuddy Sark.
Oh,
And
cool. What a
Samantha's-
lovely girl this is.
And she's one of our under 25 riders here this weekend.
Yeah, this horse was produced by Sinead Halpin, and Samantha lives in Ocala, and I've gotten to know her a bit because some of my girls that ride with me are friends with her, and what a nice girl, what a good rider. She won the Young Rider Championships as well when it was at Tryon, and it's just been fun watching her come up the levels.
And really on the first part of the course, Sarah, as you say, there's a few jumps before the water, and really you're just trying to get into your rhythm and sort of...
Yeah, every horse is a bit different. Some horses are a bit looky in the beginning, and some horses are a bit balls to the walls, but you kind of want to use that opportunity to do what is right for your particular horse. So you'll see some people go a little bit slower, swing out a little bit wider, and you'll see some people allow their horses to run on a tiny bit, not wild, but just get into a rhythm of what suits their particular horse. I mean, that's the fun thing about equestrian sports is it's not any set model. You have to know your horse, you have to know the weather conditions, you have to know the fitness level of how, and then come up with a plan that makes sense for that day. And then you have to be able to adjust that plan because things can change quickly.
It's really all about riding the horse underneath you and sort of wherever you are in the day.
Yep. Oh, she's balancing up nicely for this. This horse can be quite strong, so I think she did a good job getting that done early so that she can ride into this because you can't go too slow into this. Well, that was super.
Super ride through there.
I really enjoyed her upper body control. Like I thought she balanced well and then rode forward into both of those logs, but kept her body very tall. Allowed the horse to have his head and neck though, I think it's a boy.
It is a boy.
It is a boy. Just to allow the horse to have not too short of a neck, because when you're jumping into water, you do have to make sure that they can use their head and neck to reach down, or else they'll jump too far out, or they won't jump well, or they'll pull you off.
Which you definitely don't want to have happen.
So you do learn how to allow them to have their neck. And all these, I know we talked about it a lot walking the course, but all these lovely hedges, I mean, that's just to help the horses jump better. It's I remember Eric Pohl telling me once that, Sarah, that's the original safety fence. But of course, that is what we have them, so many things that the course designers and builders and decorators do to make the sport safer, and that is one of them, so I just thought I'd point it out.
Just looking for Lucienne. We haven't seen her for a bit. But here we are with Samantha Tinney coming up to 7, the double of corners.
Going a little slow into that, but she knows her horse, so we'll see. Oh, okay. I think she planned for that. Yep, I think she planned for that 4 stride there. She came in a little bit quiet and swung out a tiny bit wider, and you know what? It worked out great.
Here we are with Deary and Lucienne Blismo. as they're headed up to the table and then to the top of the mansion.
So here's, we're going to watch how this horse gallops up this hill. But they're looking a little tiny bit tired at this stage in the track. So this is where hopefully when she gets to the top of that hill, she'll just kind of box that canter a bit. Good girl. And she did box it. Well done. And I liked that line on the 6, honestly. Like, she swung out a little bit. It gave the horse an extra second to see it. Oh,
little wake up. We're
extra
still going.
second to see it, and then she and the horse really jumped well and just answered the question beautifully. Oh, cool! Looks like we got Caroline out again.
We have, and we're going to catch up with Samantha Tinney at the Leaf Pit.
Oh, Samantha's at the Leaf Pit. Yep. Gosh, this horse is jumping super.
He is.
Oh, I jinxed her. Oh. And you know, it's a shame because I think you just didn't quite see it, Annie. Like, I thought, like, you jumped the chevron really nicely there. The first one just swung out a tiny bit wide, and when she went, oh no, hey, I want to go back this way, he just didn't see it. It's a bit of a shame, but you know, Samantha's as we said, one of our under 25 riders. God, it's hard to jump it without a flag. Oh my gosh. Oh. Yeah.
Oh, unfortunately, she's going to call it a day.
Oh, well, that's annoying. She was looking so good.
I know she was looking
so
super.
Good. Now here's Miss Lucienne at the last water. Oh,
that was a catty move.
Very
Lovely.
good. And you know what? I stand corrected, Derek. That too is working out beautifully, and I clearly do not know what I'm talking about. It was not open at all. But you know, at this stage in the course, you know, the horse's step is a little bit bigger, so I'll give myself that out.
So, Caroline is back out.
Oh,
no, sorry, this is Madison Temkin.
Oh, okay. She just had the helmet
the
cover
red,
and was totally fooled me.
MVP Mad Bum.
Okay. Oh, and this is the one that we said should be good to. Oh,
yep.
Good today because it was a bit fiery in the dressage.
It was. And Madison gave this horse a lovely ride yesterday, very sympathetic ride, and knew exactly what they needed to get done to get out of the dressage ring.
It can be a little bit hard, though, with these horses that are a bit more, and that's what I sort of noticed at that water. Horses that are a bit hotter can sometimes drag you past it a bit, and then she sort of jumped up and then landed a bit steep, and that she didn't quite get the striding that she originally planned, but it was more probably because the horse needs a second to settle. And so I would be very interested to see how it comes to the corners, because maybe after a little bit more of a gallop, it might get the ziggies out a bit. Yeah, I had one really good cross-country horse that was kind of, his head would sort of slightly come down after fence 4, but it was like in my face until fence 4. I used to just put my head to the side and let it just be there.
And now we can really get going after fence 4.
Yeah, you just have to kind of let him gallop, or minute 4. But
and that's really what it's all about, right? Is finding the trick to each horse.
Yes.
And
Yes.
what works for them and how you can make it work for you as well.
Yes. I mean, some horses prefer more elevator music before they go out and around the track, and some are more, let's get the rock music going. So you have to know what they're like. That was a great ride. Good girl.
That's one of the best we've seen through
Yes,
there.
that was a great ride, especially she was quite far off that B, but she just sat chilly there. She didn't do anything, stayed tall. I supported her horse and said, right, you figure this out. You left. And that worked out well. So I think we're starting to see that one, another run up that hill will help her.
So this is probably the most experienced combination we have here this weekend, Liz Halliday and her old partner, De Niro Zed.
Now, I would expect Liz to be, if we're going to have one inside the time, this is the one I would say would be inside the time. And so it looks like Lucienne finishing up there. Oh, God, she's going to be delighted with that as well.
She will be. She had a great round everywhere we saw her. And then swing back around to the start. Oh.
We've got, here we have Madison at the Leaf Pit. Let go. Oh, yeah, maybe just a bit too much hands there, maybe. But again, I ride very well from here. You kind of have to jump that hedge, and then even though you feel like you sort of jump it and then want to go a little bit slow, but then you need to let go of your reins and close your leg the last little bit, or else it's tough to get off of that. and she didn't do what Lillian did about going, it's okay. But that's why Lillian walked around the back of it just to see if the horse could have a little look at it. But it's okay. I mean, this is what it's about, is getting experience.
Now
she's doing it. Good girl.
That's great.
It's we don't see enough of that sort of stuff, and that's why it's good that we have it, and that's why people should be coming to Morven Park and jumping these big, proper cross-country tracks to set them up for the future. There's one of those at Burley, and there's one of those at Kentucky.
I was going to say, you would have wanted to jump off the leaf pit
before you go to Burley. That's
exactly.
For sure. Yes, I think at least they have it a little further on the track now. They used to have it at fence 3, and that used to make all of us cry.
Although Derek did catch a few people out there this year at that fence.
So we have Liz cruising along now. This is, as Annie mentioned, a very experienced pair. This horse is owned by Ocala Horse Properties, who are huge supporters of our sport. And they're one of the best cross-country pairs I think I have, ever seen. Like, they're super cross-country pair. So this will be fun for us to watch. Beautiful on 4, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, how fun is that?
Textbook, I think.
Yeah, and it's got to be nice too. I mean, I know myself when I'm on an old friend that I know well, that it really does. It's such a comforting feeling, and you sort of know what that particular horse needs.
It's great. And Liz has a few more horses coming out today, so I think starting with her old time partner will be a great start to her day.
Absolutely. This horse has a massive gallop, so he can be deceptive. He might look like he's just having a little bit of a Sunday hack, but he is absolutely not. He's walked down that 3 strides is a good example of what I'm talking about. Like, she show jumped in there, was on the right line, rode it well, but that horse walked down the line. It looks like we have Andrew McCannon at the start.
Yes, and Andrew and Wakita 54 were actually part of the team that took silver at the Nations Cup in Stragom this summer as part of the Developing Riders program. And it's exciting because all 4 of those team members are here this weekend at Morven Park.
We are truly blessed in this country. I think sometimes people don't really realize it, that haven't lived in other countries, and that we are truly blessed in this country with the facilities that we have. And I'm not saying, of course, competing in Europe, you're going to get very tough competition and there's amazing places to go. I'm not saying that, but we have several amazing, fantastic facilities over here, and it's really great for us to bring horses and riders up the levels. Oh my goodness. Well, that surprised me.
Me too.
I wonder how they're going to call that. Wow, that surprised me. She certainly sat there and kept her leg on and waited to see what would happen. I don't know how they're going to call that. I mean, well, obviously they'll have cameras and officials, and
someone other than us will have to make that
because
decision.
No, for sure, because I tell you, that's going to be a tough call. This is why, obviously, we have the most experienced jump judges we can at these tougher combinations. The tables and things are relatively straightforward to judge. These upper level horses are most likely not, although boy did pop off, but stuff happens. They're most likely not going to have a trouble at those, but these trickier combinations we have the cameras on it, and you'll have the officials, and there's certainly no shortage of officials here this weekend because they're here for their eventing course training, so there would be a lot of eyes on that.
I was thinking last night, Sarah, the history of Morven Park and how it was set up originally. This was a training facility for trainers essentially and sort
Yeah.
of teaching coaches. And I love that throughout the history we're sort of bringing that forward, and the FEI is doing sort of a training and sort of / school for officials here this weekend. And I just think there's no better place or sort of no nicer tie-in for Morven's 50th anniversary this weekend.
Absolutely. So here we have Liz coming to the big table here. Oh, sorry. No, where are we? I'm wrong. Oh, we're at the
seen this
water. We
one
haven't
yet.
seen this water. This is cool. Okay. This is quite a big drop in the water. Beautifully written. Okay, she'll be happy with that. Stunning. That's the midfield water.
Yes. And that, if you have a jump in that is maybe too big and you can't get organized for the corner that's in the water, there is an option that is outside of the water. Will just take a bit more time.
Yep. A couple of these combinations on course will have what's called a black flag option. And what that means is there will be, as Annie mentioned, it would be some easier route which you can either plan to take in your first attempt through, or if you have a problem, you can take it and just be slightly slower, which is no big deal. The rule is you can't go behind the jump you're intending to jump. So you do have to be a little bit careful as you walk your courses and make sure that you've looked at the maps properly and don't have a silly 20 because you didn't understand the rule.
Not sure what's happening here. Let me see Andrew walking around a bit before fence 6.
Which does seem a bit strange.
We'll
see
find
what's
out.
going on.
We'll find out what's happening there as we pick back up with Liz before this big table
And
on
Liz
her
is
way
about
up
to
the
make that run
mansion.
up the hill. That horse still looking very good. I'll tell you, I think we all expected this course to be quite challenging, and we are being proven right. Ooh, good girl. She knows him well. Walked down there in 5. You know, she was a little tiny bit, little not chancy, I won't say, because she knows the horse well, but that was a bit gappy to that hedge at the top of the hill. But she's like, oh, come on, old buddy, and he jumped it well. And he walked down there in 5, whereas a lot of horses have been show jumping that first one, swinging out a bit and coming down in 6. But as we mentioned before, he has a huge step.
So from what I was able to pick up from listening a little bit to Brian, there was a bit of a hold on course, and it looks like Andrew's getting back underway. Could have just been putting a flag back or something else at one of the jumps that just need to make sure that it's safe.
Liz also knocked a flag out on the hedges coming down the hill, but she looked good down there, so I don't imagine that's going to be an issue. Liz is coming into the final water. Super.
Look at that.
Super. Good girl.
Looks like a schooling exercise at home.
These jumps are big, guys. You know, you watch it here on the live stream. It doesn't really quite give you the scope of how big they are. And that was well done. Andrew's a beautiful rider. Spent a bit of time in England as well. He worked with William Fox-Pitt for a bit, and is just a really nice guy as well, and has produced a lot of young horses. And this is his own horse.
And this mare has a super jumping record cross country. You know, he's picked up time here and there, but I think that those things are usually planned.
And I'd imagine he's using this as to try to set himself up to go to Kentucky next year. I don't think he's done a 5-star yet, and I think this is probably his setup for that.
And what an incredible place to do that setup. I mean, it has the terrain. It has beautiful turf. I mean, it is about as close to perfect as a preparation as you could get.
Absolutely. If you jump around this track here today, you can feel quite confident about entering Kentucky.
And I think it'll give a lot of riders a sense of where their fitness is with their horses as
Oh,
well.
yeah. They're all having a big look at
They
that today. Now,
are.
listen, they look at the leaf pit always, but I tell you what, they're looking at it a bit more than I'm used to seeing. But having said that, Annie, we don't usually get to watch it. So
That
we
is
have a live stream
true.
here for the first time. So maybe, they definitely all have a peek because, you'd have to, good boy. And it's actually, or good girl, I should say.
That road crossing is a little spooky.
Yeah, but she's probably going, there better not be another bloody drop. But you wouldn't want to be on a horse that would just fly off that leaf pit. I mean, that doesn't sound safe. They should all have a little look before they go. You'll notice a lot at, the one at Kentucky and the one at Burley that sometimes people slow right down because the last thing you want to do is be leaping off the edge of that.
So this, we're just catching the edge, I think, of...
Beautiful.
There we go.
Well, Liz will be delighted. That was a lovely round.
Number 9.
Okay, well, Liz is just safely
Liz is
home.
I'm still waiting on a time for Lucienne. We pick back up with Andrew, having a little bit of a conversation as they head into this log, as they come to the second water, which again, this is only the second time we've seen this.
Look how beautiful it is. That's a very big drop. Oof, very nice. That horse looks fit, doesn't? I think this one.
She
looks
incredibly
really good.
fit
Yeah,
and
good.
ears pricked and happy. And it's lovely because she's only a 10-year-old.
Wow. It does take many years to get horses to the upper levels of the sport, and especially like Annie was just mentioning, when they're a bit beautiful. That was a great ride. When they're a bit younger, it can be quite tiring on them, and then once they have that base of fitness of running around a few 4-star longs, and it tends to be a bit easier to maintain the fitness.
Now this is Caroline back out for
No, it's
her.
Alice, isn't it?
No, you're right. It is
Oh,
Alice.
sorry.
We're skipping ahead.
You never know what's going on in the warm-up. We might have to move some things around. Caroline's got several horses here, so.
And this is Allison Springer, a local rider on Van Dyke. And this horse is owned by the Rico Syndicate.
And Allison lives in Upperville, Virginia, so this is a local event for her, and hopefully her owners are out here today enjoying the stunning dry weather. It's all right.
That's a neat shot. You can see all the tailgates that are down there.
Yeah. God, this mare looks good. Yeah. But I shouldn't say that because I've jinxed people, so I'm just going to stay quiet.
Commentators curse. We're just going to stay quiet.
They are all just taking a second there, being very smart setting that up, because they do get a little out of puff when they get to the top of that hill.
And little
Good
slip there.
Wow. Good ride, Andrew.
And she was looking for the flags.
Yes.
She said,
she
okay.
She really was, and he sat very still and gave her every opportunity. He's a little bit more of a, we've been watching a few different styles out here. I think, that's a fun thing. Different body types and different backgrounds are going to produce different styles of cross-country riding. Andrew's a little bit more of a forward style rider.
Which maybe comes from his days with William.
Yes, or maybe watching Harry Mead.
Yes.
Well, that was lovely. Good job. Will has to sit up a little bit because he's too long.
He is very tall. There is no doubt. It's exciting. We're going to see William here in the States next week. He's coming over
he's
from
coming
Maryland.
to Maryland. Yep.
Pick Andrew up at the last water.
Beautiful. That lovely riding. That's just really riding well. The horses are picking that up easily. It's really riding well. That mare is still jumping super.
She is.
So now to a totally different body type. Allie's is not enormously tall or huge. So, you know, as I said, it's just as all different types of horses can do this sport, we have a lot of different types of riders. And I think it's fun that women and men compete equally.
It's the only sport where they do.
Yep.
I have a time in for Liz Halliday and De Niro Zed on, they have a 10, they came home in 10 minutes and 50 seconds for 11.6 time. They're showing an 11 penalties for her at the moment, which is maybe.
I wonder what that was, the pause. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. Maybe that was at the. Well, where would that? Oh no! Oh, she was trying. She obviously knew that 3 was going to be a bit open, and she was trying to get to it, make it the distance a little bit easier. But unfortunately, overdid it a bit, and we got shot out to the side. Oh, what a shame. Good girl.
They're showing that Liz's pin was on, it's an oxer before the leaf pit.
I think it's that open. Okay.
It is. It's the open oxer at the top of the hill before that.
Oh, what a shame. Well, those frangible fences are designed to lower, so that to prevent a rotational fall if the horses hit them too hard, so that they are a safety feature. So we are thankful to have those here on the courses.
Now it's Caroline.
I know. I think about 3 times we've been thinking it was Caroline. Now it really is Caroline.
Caroline is on King's Especial, who this horse has an enormous stride. He's one of the youngest horses in the field. He's an 8-year-old, warm blood gelding.
Oh, you're right. Look at that step on that
Yes.
horse. Wow.
He
Okay,
eats
Allie's
the ground
coming
up.
here to the big drop, and she slipped her reins. Good girl.
She's done that a time or two.
She's done this a couple times. Oh,
Oh.
what a shame. A bit more like up that, but
Oh, unfortunately, the leaf pit claims another one today.
yeah. Well, that was, I think, Jermaine's whole thought in the beginning. He certainly wanted it to be an influential question, and it has been. I think, trying to remember when it first was on the course. It was definitely here for my first advance in '98, so it's been on the course for a long time.
And I think it was here before that as well.
I think it started maybe, '95?
Probably.
Was the first advance?
Pick back up with Caroline on King's Especial. This horse is owned by Redfield Kings HX Group.
Wow, what a gallop on this horse.
I saw this horse at Great Meadow, and she was not going for time because the ground was hard, and it looked like he just cruised around,
Wow.
even though she had the handbrake on the whole time.
Wow. That was a very smart choice, I think, for that horse to do 5 to 5 there, and she just kept it in a lovely balance. We've seen a few different numbers go through there, but again, it's all about knowing your horse and what's going to make the most sense. The 5 there is just making that a bit easier to make that turn to the chevron in balance.
This is actually the horse that Caroline
she's
took
cruising
to
up that hill.
Les Lyon in 2021. So they've been partnered together for a bit, and it's great to see those horses doing the young horse classes and then coming and stepping up to the 4 longs.
Absolutely, because that's a serious competition for a 7-year-old. Not every 7-year-old is suited to go there. You kind of have to know your horse a bit, but it is pretty cool. And Morven has a few young horse classes going on as well, so that's
yes,
fun.
and we'll get to see some of those 3-star horses later today and the 2-star horses tomorrow. It's a great program.
Look at the gallop on that horse. Well, lovely. Not much to say there, folks.
No.
That was just beautiful. And I think too, sometimes sometimes I think people can make the mistake. I mean, here I am being an expert from the sidelines, but can make the mistake when they've got a got onto a championship team to maybe back off and not ride your horses and not go to these competitions right before major games. But I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's very smart that Caroline's doing this. So otherwise you kind of fester and get all nervous and then you're riding weird at the championship. So if you get out here and you keep your eye in and you keep yourself going, it's the best thing you can do. Oh, number 13, Boyd.
I know. Let's hope it's luckier than number 2 for you.
Well, Boyd is a new dad as well, so congratulations
And
to him and Silva.
It was Silva's birthday yesterday,
saw
and I
that.
think that Boyd actually sent her a video, and he got her age wrong. So we're sorry,
Well,
Silva, but happy
She's
birthday
got to
the
be
day
used to
after.
that nonsense by now.
Yes.
Okay, well, good ride down there. Super. And beautiful, Caroline. Wow. This has been impressive. Yeah, and Boyd is also currently, which we're very excited about, world number 3.
Yes, it's incredible.
The U.S. is really getting better, and we're starting to see our guys on the top 10 list now more consistently, which is really fantastic.
And I think coming to venues like this, and really riding in terrain, riding in the rain, it only makes us better when we are at the bigger competitions or the championships. And so
Absolutely. I meant it when I said I honestly don't think you're going to find a better 4-star track in the world than this one. It's pretty impressive. Well built, beautiful turf, big, inviting, it's serious.
I couldn't agree more.
So I see Boyd cruising around here and heading into the first water, settling into a nice rhythm.
And this is actually a fairly new ride for Boyd. They've only been together for about a year.
I'm actually going to watch Caroline come into this water jump here. Ooh, woo,
Big jump.
woo.
He's got a huge stride.
Caroline living dangerously, but she's rebalanced it. Now we're good. Stunning. And look at how you can practically walk into that water on that horse, and that actually works out the best because of the step. And this horse looks fit as well.
Caroline spent about 6 or 8 months last year.
Is it which is that the quarter?
We're going to catch up with Boyd coming in.
Boyd's having a good start. Looking super.
This horse's last run was the 4-star short at the Fork. And on that cross-country day, they just picked up 8.4 time.
And this is our leader as
Yes,
well, guys.
coming through
So,
on a 20
so
on a
people are going to be
26.2.
watching this quite eagerly because this is our leader. So, super. Wow. Well, there's Boyd showing his experience. That was pretty textbook, and he's got his foot down a bit.
Catch back up with Caroline.
And Caroline's making that run up the hill to jump the 2 chevrons on the way down. So this horse is still looking quite good. She rode this beautifully on her previous ride, so it does help, obviously, to have been around the track one time. Each horse is different, but you still get a feel about how it's all riding. Super. Okay, as we await Boyd coming here to the leaf pit.
And Shannon Lilly is at the start.
He's balancing back there, and then he'll soften the rein. Good. He obviously knew that horse was going to go off there.
Yep.
Yeah. Wow, fabulous. Fabulous.
Gives him a pat, says
Yeah.
good boy.
Yeah, and Boyd's built a really incredible cross-country schooling facility on his farm, and I mean, I live probably 2.5 hours away from it, but I drive up there twice a year to go do it. It's so good. Lots of different questions for young horses all the way up through 5-star.
And here comes Shannon Lilly again on Eindhoven Garrett. They come forward on a 40.8.
Ooh. Caroline.
Caroline.
Caroline living a tiny bit dangerously, but totally fine. Very good upper body, and she's galloping up the hill.
Back with Shannon. We have some busy riders in this division.
Yeah, we do. I mean, it's a little bit of, we were talking about before, a bit of a shame that there aren't more horses in this 4-star long, and then those riders would be slightly less busy to have a bit of a gap in between, but that's okay. I think next year we'll see a few more.
Yeah, it seems to me that this is the 4 long that everyone should aim for in the fall, to set themselves up for what they have planned for the following year.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on what your goals are for each horse. I think we also do have a few good options, and we have Terra Nova later in November as well. And I think it depends on what your spring plans are and what your horse is
and how your season's gone to date.
Yeah, and I think it's really nice that we have those options. And it's nice also that we have those options spread out around the country, because we also have Galway on the West Coast in California. And we can pick and choose what makes sense. I know it's obviously it's a bit of a way for us to go out there, but we do it. So I think when you're making your plans for the next season, you just have to take all those things into consideration.
And then also have plans A, B, C, and D, because this is
right.
horses.
There was a horse, I think you probably remember it maybe about 10, 15 years ago, that was called Plan B, and I always loved that name because always going to go on Plan A.
So we have a time in for Andrew McConnell and Wakita 54. They came home in 10:57, so they'll have 14.4 time faults to add to their score, and they'll be on the exact same score as Liz on a 52.4.
Oh, he's got to be happy with that.
Yes.
I thought he rode great.
Here
comes Boyd. I love how Boyd gallops horses. They're always in such a lovely rhythm and balance. So he's coming to the big table as he makes the gallop up the hill, Mansion Hill, to pop this chevrons coming down. He's been cruising along, Annie. So
he's not hanging about.
No, he's cruising along. So fingers crossed here.
Oh. You could see him smile there.
That's how you know event riders aren't right in the head, because they're laughing at that.
So it's interesting. Caroline's second horse came home in 10:49, so 11.2 time
wow,
penalties.
Okay, I wouldn't have said that. It's interesting, isn't it?
And she will go forward. Currently, she's now first and second in the clubhouse on a 38.1 and a 39.4.
I think Boyd's looking to knock her right off of that.
I think he is.
But well done, Caroline. So is that Lil at the start box?
It
I think.
is
Or
Lillian
let's
at
stay
the-
here because we got the leaf fit.
Yep.
But dun, da, da, da. Come on, Shannon.
Nice.
Good girl. Oh, she's kicking. Turn. Yeah, good girl.
She gave him a great ride, and the horse was very honest there as well.
Yeah.
And said, "Okay, I see the flags."
Look at the rein length. I just love that with Boyd. Super. The horses always have the freedom of their neck. Still balanced and still tall with his upper body and keeping a feel, as Lucinda Green would say, on the hook, but not being married to having too short of a neck. Here's Lil going out on Dasset Olympics.
And they're coming forward from yesterday on a 31.4.
This is another pair I really enjoy watching. Look at this horse's ears. Just pricked and ready to go.
So Lillian is actually our last out on course for the 4-star long.
Okay. Well, that's been an exciting division.
That's been an exciting
I bet the
division.
people in the 4-star short are having a little bit, maybe an extra trip to the porta potty.
I think they might be, and I think some of these 4 long riders will be building leaf pits of their own.
Yes, I think so as well. Yeah. Well, at least now you know what you got to practice before you go to Burley. This horse is galloping well within itself, as also looks super here. She does a great job with the fitness with her horses. They're always very well prepared. Here's Shannon. Girl. Ooh. Shannon's got... Good girl. This horse is jumping quite big. Almost jumped her out of the tack over that. Yeah, that's quite a jumper, isn't it? Almost jumped her out of the tack over both that corner and the log going down there. Well done, Shannon. And it looks full of run. Look at that.
And I think, unfortunately, Lillian has run into a bit of trouble at the first water.
Oh, no.
So we can pick back up with her and see what's happening over here.
Oh, sometimes it's just not your day, is it? Like, you can be a great rider and have everything prepared, and sometimes it's just not your day.
There we go. I think they just had a bit of a drive-by. Boyd is almost home.
I'm excited to see that. Oh,
There
he's
we
through the
go.
finish
Through
and
the
home
finish.
safely. Congratulations, Boyd. Excited to see what that time is. Well, he's gonna be requesting number 13 from now on.
He is.
This horse is such a good jumper. I love watching it.
$10:29, 8 seconds
Wow.
over the time.
Wow. That's pretty cool.
So he will be the leader going into tomorrow.
I'd imagine he'd have a bit of a buffer, wouldn't he?
Yes, he will have a bit of a
Had a very good dressage test yesterday.
Yes.
Well, it's a nice feeling to go in the show jumping knowing you can knock a couple down.
Yes, you don't want to.
You don't want to. Oh, I bet good girl. I bet she was a little bit like, oh God, I don't want to have a silly problem here, and but that worked out. This horse is full of run as well. Oh,
I
Lil,
think,
shoot.
Unfortunately,
It's just not Lil's day. It's
it
a
is
shame.
not Lillian's day, unfortunately.
Well, all's well that when the horse and rider are okay. So
They will regroup
Yeah.
and figure out what they need to work on and come back stronger for it.
yeah, when you're not covered in mud, it's nice.
Yes.
It's all okay.
Yasmin Ingham, who's was our current world champion, keeps saying, if you're not winning, you're learning. And I think that's a great way to think about
Absolutely.
this.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh, this horse is some jumper. I can't wait to watch it in show jumping tomorrow.
Wow.
Okay, good ride through there. We've just lost a boot, a bell boot on the way out, but good ride. Just giving our horse a pat and galloping up that hill.
It's interesting. We don't have a time in yet for Lucienne and Deary, and they were one of our first out of the box.
Huh.
And I know we saw them come home, so I'm
Yes,
just wondering
yes.
where their time is. So if you join us next year for Morven Park, be sure to think about getting one of these tailgating spaces because you can see you have a wonderful view of the mansion. You'll see a lot of the course around you, and it's a great way, even on a rainy day, to hang out with your friends and watch some incredible competition.
Absolutely. And on a sunny day, it cannot be beat.
There is no doubt.
Yesterday was pretty magical, and in between the in between watching this when this cross country ends here with the 4-star long, we can still show some of the course again, and you guys can have a look at some of these lines with different riders that walked it on Thursday.
So we're gonna let Shannon, waiting for Shannon to come home, and then we will be taking a break, and we will be back with the 4-star short, and kicking us off. That will start at 10:20, And Will Coleman and Chintonic will be our first out of
Well,
the
that'll be an
box.
exciting round since they have got an impressive lead going.
Well, actually, they're in second.
They're in second. Sarah,
They're in second.
wake up.
No, it's okay. Liz Halliday and Cooley Nutcracker just pipped them at the end of the day
Liz.
yesterday.
There you go. Okay.
Yep.
It's fun, it's great to be have such incredible talent in this country too, that we can, challenge each other with that. I mean, not me, but because those guys.
Oh, stop
No,
it.
I'm not going to do a dressage just like them, but it's good because you get too complacent. It's good to have somebody there pushing you all the time. It looks like Shannon is almost home. She's just doing that last combination there at 24 AB.
Just a few more left for her to go. And you can see them there's Derek, I think, starting to move flags.
Look at that. He's not just a pretty face. He's out there working. Well, we're lucky to have Derek design quite a few courses at the moment. He does a super job up at Bromont as well, in the 4-star up there. He obviously designs at Kentucky, our 5-star here. And he, this was his first year, right, designing at Burley? Second year at Burley. Yeah. So it's wonderful to have his experience here at Morven Park.
Well, I think we're going to go ahead and take a break. Be sure to check out scores, and we'll bring them to you when we come back. We will be back on about 10:18, 10:19, so we can get Will Coleman out of the start box at 10:20. So join us back here at Morven Park International for the 4-star short. Thank you.
remember.
Good morning and welcome back to the Morven Park International and Fall Horse Trials. I'm Annie Bishop. I'm joined by Sarah Kozenblick. Sarah, it was an exciting morning in the long.
I think that's I think that's an understatement. Derek DeGrazia's tough and challenging 4-star long course certainly took its toll today. I think that was expected, maybe not quite as many as I think some of those horses were going quite well, but just had a little bit of bad luck here and there. But everybody's safe and sound, and that's okay, and we'll live to fight another day. And the ones that jumped around it really well, and they're going to feel like they have a seriously good horse now going forward to a 5-star next year.
It was a very exciting morning, and we're excited because we're going to get underway with the 4-star short shortly. And our leader after day one of dressage is Liz Halliday on Cooley Nutcracker on a 22.6, and Will Coleman will be our first out of the box.
What a great trailblazer.
And he is going out in second place on a 23.1 and had an absolutely stunning test on the lovely Chin Tonic. That is not actually Andre Perro. That is Will Coleman and Chin Tonic.
Yeah. And Will is one of my favorite riders to watch, actually, in all three phases. He's absolutely beautiful rider. And Chin he's brought this horse along very well. It's could honestly be a pure dressage horse, as I mentioned yesterday, but it is also a very good jumper. This horse is bred by Hyperion Stud, and I'm hoping they are here either here on grounds or watching on the live stream. As I mentioned yesterday, they produced a lot of lovely show jumping horses, and it's fun to see their name in the eventing world as well.
And this will be an exciting one to watch because I believe Will's plan with Chin is to take him over to Poe in just a few weeks. And so, this may not be somewhere where he's going for time, but getting a good school in with the 5-star in mind later this month.
Yes, and it's this will be I think, a great setup for him for Kentucky next year. And I think, Poe is quite a different course than this particular course that we're going to be doing here today. But getting this gallop in here will get the fitness going, and it's going to reward good, bold cross-country riding, and will give this horse an excellent education for the future regardless. This horse looks very fit, doesn't he? He looks super.
He looks incredibly fit, and I know that Will has taken a long time with this horse to make sure that he can get him fit enough because, he wouldn't maybe naturally be the biggest galloper, and I know Will's really put a lot of time and energy into figuring that out, and I think that he's hopefully cracked the code.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's again what we're talking about. The fun part about equestrian sports is these horses aren't machines, and just like people, oh, what a beautiful rhythm, beautiful body position, super. Horses aren't machines, and they're all very different, just like humans. And some of them develop a little bit later. Some actually take until they're sort of 10 or 11 years old to be strong enough and good enough in their mind. And that was an interesting line there. He did that on purpose, I think, to give himself a bit more room there to be able to ride up to that second drop into water, which we mentioned can be quite tricky if horses aren't used to doing back-to-back waters like that. Will just giving him a tiny reminder on takeoff there, like, come on, buddy, stay in front of me. But anyway, so some horses are, they're easier to get fit than others. It's just like people. I mean, I'm quite a good keeper. I got to run a little bit to be fit enough. And there's some people that are just naturally lean and athletic. So, you just have to tailor each program for the particular horse. And that goes down to, diet and nutrition and management. And, there's a lot of factors that go into getting these horses to peak at the right time for these championships.
And that's part of the incredible team behind each horse and rider. There's the vets, physios, farriers, the grooms. All of these people really work together to get these horses to these events and looking and feeling as well as they possibly can.
Super. Not wasting any time. Being very neat in all of his turns into things. And this, in the 4-star short, the difference is there is we're popping that little cabin and then turning to one corner instead of doing the double corners, which, those are some big, tough corners. I thought everyone did quite a good job on that today.
They did.
So he did hit that flag, but he was good. Not that I should be making the call, but I think that was fine.
I think it looked safe. Hopefully we will not see a 15 on his scoreboard.
Yeah. So I know I
behind
mentioned
the
it.
trees there.
Yeah, I know I mentioned this earlier, but all these riders have different body types, and so their galloping position and their preparation or rebalancing position that they'll use for these fences are going to look slightly different, but every rider has a galloping position, and every rider does use their body in a different way to in their preparation to the jump. But some of these shorter riders are going to look a little different than Will, who's quite tall. And here's Andre Parro. He's from Brazil.
Yes, he's riding Watusi. And they are coming forward on a score of 36. They're currently sitting in 15th position coming into cross country.
I thought Andre had a really nice test yesterday. And as I mentioned as well in the dressage, he's an official as well, and I see him a lot in different competitions in South and Central America. He gives back to the sport an enormous amount. Very nice man.
Here's Will at the second water.
Beautiful.
You could see him just closing the door there on the right side. He said, nope, we're going here.
I think that was a reaction to hitting that flag at the corner earlier on. So you notice he wiggled out a little tiny bit to make that line a little bit straighter there, and gave him a tiny tap on the shoulder like, hey, buddy, don't shove me up against that flag. And that sort of thing, jumping a big drop, turning to a narrow question, is definitely something you'll see in France. They love that stuff. So that'll be good practice for Poe. Well, that was lovely and smooth.
That was.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like he's hanging about, but it doesn't look like maybe he's got his foot totally down yet. There we go.
A couple of that. The other factor of that chicaner is not just that it's got a ditch underneath it, but also it's going away from the barns. And even though these are experienced horses, everyone knows where the barn is. So you do need to close your leg a little bit more as you're going away.
Here comes Will to the final water.
Gosh, this horse looks so good. It really looks confident and happy in its job, ears pricked. This is really nice to see. I watched him do what is one of his first 4-star shorts, and the difference between, the horse was still lovely then, obviously, but the difference between then to now it's not even in the same ballpark.
And the optimum time today in the 4-star short is 6 minutes and 32 seconds. It's a total of 3,722 meters.
Yeah, I thought that. Yeah, oh, shoot. Yeah, shoot. He looks okay, though. I think he's getting up there. Shoot,
Yep,
that looked a little
horses-
bit slow through that turn, honestly.
Both are up and fine. We can see them.
But one thing about having a trailblazer like this is sometimes you're not quite knowing. This is a tough combination
This
as
is
well.
a
This
very
is a tough
tough
combination.
combination.
Yeah, well
Nice.
done. And he had that right flag thing that he was thinking about there, and he did that beautifully.
So we didn't get to see that on the 4 long, but I think this is one of the combinations that Derek thought might catch a few people out, so I'll be interested to see how it rides. But I think Derek was also thinking that if they were thinking about it, then it would probably ride beautifully.
Yeah, when I walked that question, that was something that I thought really stuck out in my mind, simply because there's so many big and hard combinations on this track that it's easy to get a little bit complacent about something that just seems like you're popping through hedges. But those angles are severe, and if you get a little cocky and just think you're going to wing down there, you might have your heart broken. You won't get hurt, but you'll, honor your pride. But you saw when Will jumped that hedge, he was very careful to wiggle out a bit to the right and then back to the left to make sure the horse could really see where he was going. And it looks like he's about to head to the last fence. Well, he's going to be delighted with that as a final run, that's for sure.
And he couldn't ask for better terrain or better ground here at Morven Park. And we have Jan Binney down at the start. She's riding Beautiful Storm. And they come forward today on a 33.9 in 11th position. I saw Jan last evening doing some of her final walks of the combinations, and she was pretty pleased with her horse yesterday, and I think she's looking forward to getting out there today.
Yeah, and again, talking about body types, look at little Jan. I always make fun of my friend Sharon White, because if she gets on, or I go to get on a horse after her for whatever reason, I feel like I'm about to do the Grand National. I mean, the stirrups are like, she's got fairly long legs for her height, but it's, yeah.
So I think they're just holding Jan here for a second as they catch Andre's horse, Watusi, who just wanted to take a look around the park. But both are up and fine, so I think they're just making sure that they have him caught before Jan
I think
starts out.
I will take that opportunity then to pass the mic over to the great Stephen Bradley, who has agreed to join us here. I thank you so much for coming, Stephen. We're so excited to listen to your commentary. And I'm going to go and have a last look at the cross-country course before I go out later today.
Sarah will be cheering you on. Thank you so much and good luck. Stephen, I'm delighted that you're here with me this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I'm very excited to be here.
The course, I don't know if you got to see much of the forelong, but it was very influential, the Leaf Pit. It's been here a long time, and yet still riders were running into problems.
It was very interesting. I agree. And thinking about it earlier, we were talking about it's interesting how the same fence that's been on a course for a long time has not necessarily influenced a group of riders or a division quite as much as it did today, but sometimes just the same fence that's been there will just suddenly become a real problem for horses that hasn't always been a problem.
Well, I think some people might be building leaf pits at home or finding one to school very soon. We saw Jan just having a bit of a conversation with Lynn Szymanski there. She was about to leave the start box. And
I know Jan thinks very highly of this horse. She started him as a young horse. I remember watching him go around, and she really is very excited about him. They make a great pair.
They do, and it's lovely to see Jan at the level. And I mean, she's such a fan favorite. I don't think there's anyone that sees her that doesn't have a big smile on their face after seeing her.
Absolutely.
So Will's time, Will is home in 6 minutes and 49 seconds, so he'll pick up 6.8 time penalties and go forward to tomorrow's jumping on a 29.9.
That's wonderful. Good for him.
Yeah.
And as Sarah said, great prep for getting ready for France.
And the horse looked smooth and smart and good, so it's exciting. Can't wait to watch them in a few weeks.
Yes. He was very strong all the way around. Whoa. And was looked very good in his fitness all the way around. He looked strong going.
That's unfortunate there. You could see the horse maybe hung a little bit of a leg coming into that first jump into water. Jan got him organized, but...
Yes, and just unfortunately with that, it looks like he lost a little bit of his forward go and staying in front of her leg to that last fence and just got there on a little bit of a half stride.
And the horse is he's only an 8-year-old, and he's this is only their second 4-star.
Right.
So, again, this is a learning experience.
Exactly. And that's what she will take home today. You saw when he went back to it, it was absolutely nothing. It was no question whatsoever. It just was one of those unlucky happenings at the fence prior that affected it.
And that's horses, right? You have to sort of adjust to what's happening in the second, sometimes the millisecond, and that's just part of it.
That's so true. We always say we have to have a plan, but we've got to be ready. We've got to be thinking on your feet and analyzing as it happens.
We catch back up with Jan.
He looks like he's in a bit more of a consistent rhythm now, too. He was a little bit starting and stopping initially and just not staying forward in a consistent rhythm. And now he looks like he's got his gallop going and a bit more rideable for her to the fences.
How hard is it when you leave the start box and maybe you're sort of you haven't quite woken up yet and you have a lot of questions right off the bat?
I think those first few fences, for a lot of different reasons, are the hardest, regardless of how straightforward or not straightforward they are, because they set the tone for the rest of the course. And just to get out and get going and put the pedal down, whatever is appropriate for your horse is real important, that initial few fences.
Great. Looks like leaving the start box, we have Mia Brundell and Kashmir. And Mia is actually one of our under 25 riders here this weekend, which is terribly exciting. I think this is such a great place for young riders to get great experience.
Absolutely. And we do have a number of the under 25 riders here, and it just is wonderful for them to get to jump around one of Derek's courses, to jump on this venue. We have such good footing here this weekend, and I think they will all benefit from it immensely.
There's no doubt, and it's very exciting because Piedmont Equine is actually sponsoring prize money for the under 25 riders this year. There's a separate one for the 2-star and then the riders in the 3 and the 4-star divisions. And so I just think that's incredibly wonderful when local sponsors get behind the young riders. I just think it's a great way to entice them and, again, to sort of reward them for their hard work.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely.
So Jan has opted to not go to the corner in the water, and she's taking the alternate route.
Yes, just having that little bit of a problem earlier on. Maybe she just changed her plans. Like we were saying, we have to keep thinking on our feet and thinking as things go along. And it may not be the day that she wants to go that straight way. She wants to think about what's going to educate her horse and give him the best run today that will prep him for the future.
And that's the great thing about a Derek course, right? Like, he gives you that option so that if you do run into trouble, you have somewhere to go, and you sort of maybe don't have to make that same mistake again.
Very definitely, very definitely. It's just like we keep saying, you've got to think on your feet. You've got to be thinking about what's happening and what's best for your horse on the day as things are going. And it is wonderful how one of our local businesses like Piedmont Equine is being so involved in the sport and being so supportive of the sport that they are sponsoring the under 25 prize money division. That's a huge, shows for the huge growth of the sport in this country and following Europe and starting to catch up a little bit.
That's exactly right. So a big shout out to Piedmont Equine. Thank you for your support of the Morven Park International under 25 riders prize money this weekend.
Yes.
Got the 2.
Jan and Beautiful Storm look like they've really gotten into their rhythm together, and he seems much more forward and staying in front of her leg.
And coming out of the start box for the 3rd time today is Caroline Pamuchku on HSH Vamonos.
She is a busy lady this weekend.
She is a busy lady. This is a 10-year-old warm blood gelding. And their last run was at Plantation in the wet rain there, which I'm sure she's glad that she ended up running there so that this horse knows what it's like to run in a little bit of rain.
Absolutely. But with the little bit of rain we've had here, it's improved the footing. It's nothing compared to what I understand it was at Plantation.
I think it was an actual tropical storm. So I think, thankfully, that's not what's happening here this weekend. Here's Jan to the tricky angled brushes.
Wonderful. You could see in her eye she had a plan. She was following her eye. The horse was following her eye, and it just happened very smoothly, and she executed it great.
Well, it looks like Caroline just had a lovely flowing ride through that first water.
Yes, with all the horses that Caroline's riding, and she's riding absolutely beautiful horses. Oh, almost looked like she forgot a turn there.
She wasn't sure where she was going.
She is riding beautifully.
She is, and it's very exciting that she's on our team for the Pan Ams that are heading out. I think that they leave next week.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with you guys having a conversation earlier, the idea of her keeping competing, and we're going to see Sharon a little bit later keeping competing right up to the big competition, because it does keep everything in check as far as your eye, as far as your will and your courageousness on the day like today, so you don't get tentative. You get out there and you're confident and you feel confident about what's happening underneath you.
Yeah, it's really exciting. As you said, Caroline and Sharon, but we also have Liz here as well. So we have 3 out of our 4 Pan-American riders here doing just that, sort of staying in it and staying competitive and keeping their eye in.
And I think for those ladies, it'll be great to have Liz there as the person who's been around the block and been on a senior team before. She'll be able to help
This is
them
actually
through.
Liz's first senior team.
Is it really?
Yes.
I just assumed she'd been
Well,
around.
she had been picked for the games in Tokyo, but unfortunately wasn't able to travel. So this will actually be her first senior championship.
And speaking of riding beautifully, Mia is having a fantastic go from what we're seeing on this horse.
I think they're a really solidified partnership at this time. They've been together for a while and have really come up the grades together. So it's wonderful to see that experience and that partnership shown here today.
Definitely.
Just above her, Caroline to the park question at 9.
And is this Caroline coming up,
Yes,
I
it
believe?
is. That big white face is hard to miss.
That
Lovely
was
through there.
beautiful.
We hadn't seen that combination yet. It's exciting to see. Speaking of Liz, here
yes.
she comes. And this is Liz on Shanro Cooley. And she is currently in third place on this horse on a 26.8. Look at that.
Boy, Mia didn't waste any time there, did she? She had a plan and she went to it.
Back up with Caroline. It's interesting, both of Caroline's horses that she's riding in the 4-star short division have been to Le Lion in the 6 and 7-year-old championships. This horse actually went with Emily King before she took up the ride. Here's Liz. Lovely through there.
Yes. And, you know, getting to watch these riders between Liz and Caroline and Mia, when you watch these ladies riding, they are so in balance with their horses and their position just never changes. Their hands are very quiet, they're very settled, and you just watch their upper body position. And regardless of what's happening underneath them, everything just looks so smooth. And I think that's a real feather in their cap and really speaks to the correctness of their riding.
We have a time in for Jan Binney and Beautiful Storm. They came home in 8 minutes flat. They will end up with 35.2, and they had that 20 as well. So I'm sure that she will be happy for that experience for the horse and will, you know, take a lot from it as they move forward in their time together.
Very definitely. This will be a big learning experience for him, and I think he'll really gain from it when she starts getting him ready for next spring. And here we have Caroline going through the water and just walks through it.
Walks through it. That horse has an enormous stride, and it was lovely to see Caroline's position there because she knew it was going to come up maybe a bit tight, and she did not move an inch.
Yep, she was right in his balance on top of him and just behind his shoulder where she needed to be, and it was super.
Attention please down at the lower water here at the Smart Pack Splash. There's somebody down there with a dog on the leash, which is good, but you must be outside.
It's hard to appreciate looking at it from the film, but the angle that they are jumping through that coffin, the down angle of that first fence, it's a real braveness question of the
And
horses.
here we go, picking up Liz at the
Yep.
coffin.
And he does it like a gymnast.
He did. You could see him just pat the ground and say, there's
Yep.
that stride.
Yep, exactly. And here's Caroline at those brushes. Yep, look at that. Another, she just had her plan, she rode to it, and it just looked like an exercise for her.
You know, it's interesting. That was the combination that a lot of the riders were sort of, I think, maybe losing a tick of sleep over. And I think Derek was thinking, well, it means they're going to ride really well because they're a
Ride
little
better
bit
for
scared
it.
of them.
Absolutely. I know when I first walked that line, I was thinking, what would I do here? There are a lot of different possibilities.
Liz going the direct route through
Yeah.
the third water, or the second water. So we saw just starting is Emma Klugman on Bronte Beach Z. And Emma is actually one of our under 25 riders as well.
And this is, I believe, an up-and-coming horse for her that has been very successful this fall. And, Emma's in law school now, and so she is burning the candle at both ends, but she's riding fantastically and really working hard.
So, Stephen, I know you were a pony clubber, but Emma has 3 A-level ratings, traditional show jumping and dressage, and she's one of only 2 people to have that level of certification.
That is pretty amazing, I would say. When I was in Pony Club, you had 1 A rating and that was it. But for her to be able to be that specialized and to have worked that hard and studied that hard is a real feather in her cap.
It's incredible. I was saying yesterday she must not sleep, or she's just added more hours to her day that none of us have.
I think you're right. And here's Liz. Sometimes it's nice to just sit back and watch.
It's
And again-
dry and warm.
Yeah, that's right. Watching these ladies go, it's like we were saying earlier, their position just is so correct and so quiet and so still. They're completely stay out of their horse's way. And it really is just fun to watch.
It's inspiring. It makes you want to go jump a few fences and
Absolutely.
be better.
It looked like Emma had her foot on the pedal there. She's not wasting
She does
any
not
time.
waste time. She is a pretty fast rider. Next out of the start box will be Matt Brown on Alderwood. This horse gave Matt a tough time a bit in the dressage yesterday, but Matt did a wonderful job of just staying calm and holding the horse's hand and sort of getting through it as best they could.
There we go. Another lovely ride. And it's interesting watching these last few riders through those brush because they've each done a slightly different number, but they haven't wasted any time and they've made it look very easy, which it is not.
It is not. So we have some more times in. Caroline on HSH Vamonos came home in 7 minutes and 23 seconds, so she'll pick up 20.4 time penalties. Mia and Kashmir came home in 7:41 for penalties of 27.6. So our clubhouse leader is still Will Coleman on Chin Tonic, who came home in 6 minutes and 49 seconds.
Good for him. You never really see him being too busy out there taking a tug, or he could use his position so beautifully to not have to go to his hands, and you can get that much closer to the fence before you have to make a real change. There's Emma through the water, just looks super.
And I just saw Matt Brown through the first water as well, and he had a good trip through there.
He did.
Back up with Matt.
And Matt's not wasting any time out there either. He is just motoring right around.
And every rider, as they set out, will have a different plan for their day. Maybe they're using this as a fitness run. Maybe they are going to go for time. I think every rider will have their own plan on what is going to best suit their horse and what they really need or want out of this weekend.
Definitely. Depending on where they are in their career, whether they're just moving up the ranks or if they have been around the block a little bit and are going out to be competitive.
So we have a time in for Liz Halliday and Shanrail Cooley. They came home in 7 minutes and 8 seconds, so they'll pick up 14.4 time penalties and end their day on a 41.2.
That's wonderful. Good for her. One of our faster times
Yes.
behind Will. Emma rode that great. It looks like her horse went a little bit left at the end of the water. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but it put her on a real good line for her ride out.
And that was the Smart Pack water. And again, we have to big thank you to Smart Pack for being one of our sponsors here this weekend. Smart Pack stands by all of their products with a 100% happiness guarantee. please visit them and support them as they support us.
And they are big supporters of the sport and of all the equestrian disciplines.
Here comes Lauren Nicholson on I'll Have Another. His barn name is Hendrix, which I love. Lauren comes forward on a 32.7. She was in 9th position after dressage yesterday.
And here's Emma at those brushes. And again, one more person who's done a slightly different number in there, but again, had a plan and executed it beautifully.
But again, that's kind of the genius of Derek, isn't it? Is that he makes it so that you can find the right way for you, or you can go really the direct way. But I know a lot of riders were standing there yesterday saying, what in the world do I do here?
And that is so true. He is just brilliant with his courses. And there's a lot to do at that first water as far as looking up and looking where you're going and showing the horse where they're going. It's very busy, especially for early on in the course. And you can see Lauren just sitting up and putting her leg on and showing where he's going and putting him back out in front of her leg and getting away from those fences a little more.
And this is a horse that Lauren's brought up through the levels, and this is really only their second 4-star together. So again, this is going to be a great educational run for them.
Very definitely.
That is Emma coming home at the last. We'll get a time for her as soon as we can, but she's got to be thrilled with that ride.
I would think so, yes. It was a super ride, very educational for her horse, and I'm sure she'll be very proud.
Catching back up with Lauren. And Lauren is actually, it says Ocala, but Lauren splits her time between Middleburg or the Plains and Ocala, so we're lucky to claim her as a local rider.
Absolutely. Good. Got a little underneath the corner, but he jumped it beautifully. It was not an issue whatsoever.
And that's where Lauren's experience really comes in. She sort of just held his hand and said, nope, we're going to go here. I'm with you. We're okay.
Yep. Had him in a good balance and ready for whatever was going to happen.
Number 16, 17.
Matt's giving this horse a great ride. He looks like, I don't know the horse, but he looks like he could be a little tough. He likes to run a little bit low in front and maybe pull a little bit low and across the fences. But Matt's given him a super ride, and I know knows the horse so well that he can take that into effect when he's making his plans and when he has to, like at that water we saw a minute ago, having to regroup a little bit.
And it looks like in their previous runs they have gotten some cross-country time, and I do wonder, as you're saying, the horse looks like he's a bit strong, and usually those horses are actually the harder ones to make the time on.
Absolutely.
Because you have to set up a lot more.
Exactly. Beautifully through there. That was awesome. Yeah, those horses that pull hard, especially when they pull down, because you've got to rebalance them up and you've got to steady the rhythm to what you want, they usually do take a little bit longer.
This should be a fun one. Megan O'Donoghue and her old friend Palm Crescent. These guys have been around a lot of really big, tough courses, and I'm excited to see how they tackle Derek's course.
I hope she does a great job. I don't want to put any
No commentators
karma
curse.
on her. Exactly. I'll be curious to see what kind of time Matt does come in on around this course. He's toward the end of the course now.
I just heard Lauren give Hendrix a good boy through that second water.
And they respond to that. That goes a long way. That was super. Megan gave him a great ride. He looked like he just had a little bit of a double take off the ground, jumping back into the water. Never lost any forward momentum or anything like that, but just was maybe a little bit surprised to see that second water, because as you guys said earlier, we don't see that very often in this day and age.
Well, and that's another great thing for these horses to practice, because they saw it at Buccolo last weekend, and a lot of horses had a hard time. So the more we can expose these horses to those
Very
things
definitely.
when they see it somewhere else, hopefully they're better for it the next time.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Back with Megan and Palm Crescent.
What a beautiful gallop he has on him, too. An American thoroughbred.
They're hard to beat, aren't they?
They really are.
Oh, back to Lauren at the Smart Pack Water at the
Smart pack water. Megan, 6 and 7. And Lauren good to the in and out.
And what a super ride. That was absolutely beautiful.
and this horse looks like he's growing in confidence as he's gone around.
I agree. He's just looking stronger and happier as he goes and more confident.
And that's what you really want from these horses is you know, especially as these horses are moving up to the level, you really want to give them these experiences so the next time out they think it's even more fun than they did today.
That is the truth. Exactly. Yes, that is Lauren.
Yes.
Good. Just coming across the road.
So these angled brushes.
Wonderful. It's fun to watch through the camera and see the horse's face and see their ears and see when their eye locks in on the fence and where they're going and what they're doing.
So you really want them to start to look for those flags. Next
That's
out
the
on
truth.
course, we have Melissa Botine from Canada on OBA. I cannot say this name. OBA Dancer GS.
I don't know this pair.
Yeah, they have done a lot in Canada. I believe that she rides with Jesse Phoenix, but I could be wrong about that. They retired in their last 4-star short at Plantation, but I think we could put a lot of that up to that tropical storm we were talking about.
Absolutely.
And they ran at Bromont actually before that in the 4-star short and had a good run there and ended up in 4th place overall with a bit of cross-country time.
That's wonderful. She made a real good go of that first water, jumped through there beautifully. And Megan just jumped through the next water on course.
I apologize. I don't think she does ride with Jess Phoenix. That's one of our other Canadian riders here this weekend.
Very good. And here she is again. We just lose sight of him around that cover for a second.
This horse has a very striking face, similar to Caroline's Vominos horse.
I agree, yes. Super over the ramp. Very good. Maybe one extra stride to the corner that she could have left out, but it's so easy being here and being an armchair quarterback.
Comes
He jumped it beautifully.
Megan to the last water. I think a lot of riders were really happy with this water this year. It's riding beautifully, but I know that this last water has caused a lot of problems in years past.
Yes, it sure has, and I think Derek made a great call in just changing it up a little bit, making it maybe just a little bit on the softer side here coming home.
Nicely stride. We're really reaching out. Still full of good run here. She goes across the drive. Now to the rails.
So we have a time in for Lauren Nicholson, and I'll have another. They came home in 7 minutes and 23 seconds. So it'll give them 20.4 time to go into tomorrow in a 53.1. I think she'll be really pleased with that, again, as this is the horse's second 4-star.
Yes, I agree. That seems to be the kind of the running general time that horses are coming in on.
Yep. Now, fan favorite here, Will Fawdry and his longtime partner, Fun. I'm excited to see these two. I know that Will made the decision this year to really just aim this horse for the 4-star shorts, and just let him enjoy the sport and have some good spins.
That's super. And that's wonderful horsemanship and thinking about what's best for your horse and what's going to benefit them the most.
Sarah and I were saying yesterday, it's so nice that we have these options now for these horses that still want to compete and do, but maybe don't want to go around for 10 or 11 minutes. But this sort of, oh, Ted, come on,
Well
Will.
sat. Yep, and there are a number of those horses, and we are very lucky to have in this country the growth of the sport where we, just didn't quite get enough engine
Oh,
going.
Will gives him a big pat. Looks like he just never quite switched on this morning.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, he left that leg jumping in over the log, and Will was good to sit to it, but just couldn't quite get going again.
He's also signaled that he's going to call it a day there.
Just saw Megan finishing up there. So time in for Emma Kligerman as well. She came home in 7 minutes and 36 seconds for 25.6 time penalties. She'll go forward tomorrow on a 60.6.
And I would think she will be thrilled with that. I mean, the horse jumped beautifully. She rode beautifully. And again, that is sort of the general time group that the horses are coming in at. So she was competitive that way and didn't hang about. And here comes Megan. Right?
Back with Melissa.
Melissa.
A lot of M's out there.
Yes. These white-faced horses, the only time that comes into a little bit of an issue is going down the center line, because the judges can sure see when your horse is tilting his head. Great ride into the water. Maybe just lost her balance a little bit, but recovered super.
This horse looks game and ready to go.
He sure does. It's fun to watch these up-and-coming pairs.
It is, and again, it's so nice to see them here at Morven Park. I mean, Stephen, you've been coming here for years and years, so is Sarah. A lot of the riders that have been around for a long time, and it's great to see these younger combinations getting the experience that Morven can give them.
I totally agree. And you know, sometimes when we have this in our backyard, it's easy to just take a little bit of it for granted, because it is such a special venue. It is such a good competition, and I know myself, it's my favorite event, and sometimes we do just forget how lucky we are.
Coming out of the start box now is Jenny Karras on trendy Fernhill. Jenny was part of our developing rider squad that went to Stragon for the Nations Cup and brought home a silver medal.
And good for them. That was wonderful mileage for every one of them.
I had a chance to talk with Jenny about the trip a bit yesterday, and she just said it was an invaluable experience, and that really enjoyed it, and they gelled as a team. And actually, all 4 riders from that team are here this weekend competing.
That's very exciting, very exciting. And, you know, for them to have that kind of experience this young in their career and this early in their career is going to go a long way.
I was so jealous they got to go to Aachen and watch the senior team.
That would be special.
Aachen is definitely on my bucket list.
Good for her. Super ride through that first water. Again, a lot to look at. And that chicaner is not as straightforward as you would think, because not only is it leaving home and the starting area, but it also is in the trees, so you're going from light to dark, immediately back out to light again. And the horses just tend to hang around a little bit because of that, I think.
And does it help a little bit today that it's actually a bit gray? You're not getting drastic shadows around
Definitely.
the course?
Yes, that would make a big, big help.
You know, we were saying yesterday that sometimes you need to walk the course at the time of day you're riding so you know where those shadows will be, but today there are no shadows, so hopefully that helps.
That's right. But it's a very good point. I mean, I always try and do that, especially at the bigger events with the bigger fences. You know what time you're going to go. The sunlight can definitely play an important part.
And that's about knowing your horse as well, too, right? Like knowing that if there is a weird shadow, maybe they're going to spook at that.
That's
so you
right.
have to be ready for it.
That is so right, especially the really careful horses.
Oh, so we just got a whole slew of times in here. The time for Matt Brown on Alderwood, home in 7 minutes and 8 seconds. So again, one of those quicker rounds that we've seen today. 14.4 time. Oh, there we go. It's on the screen.
Yep.
Melissa Bouton home in 7 minutes and 38 seconds. Again, we had Emma in 7:36. Yeah, it's really, they're sort of hanging around there. And again, as a reminder, the optimum time today is 6 minutes and 32 seconds.
That's wonderful. And, you know, good for Matt, because I was the one sitting here saying sometimes those horses that pull harder and pull down, you end up not having a faster time, but he's got one of the fastest times of the day so far.
He does.
And that's part of knowing your horse and knowing what you're going to be doing and where you're going to be doing it and getting it done. Good for Jenny through the coffin, too.
Here's Arden Wildison on Sunday times. Arden had a good test on this horse yesterday. I think he's tricky in the first phase, but she rode him beautifully and tactfully, and you could tell that they have a real partnership.
That's wonderful. And she's got a number of horses going these days. She's spending a lot of time, a lot of hours in the tack, and that's where it comes from.
Makes a big difference, doesn't it?
It really does.
That's the table 3. Jenny Harris. Tip in over 11. And out over the mark for big quick horse.
And she's not wasting any time off of that corner, too.
She is not, and you could see her give him a tap there and say, no, this is where we're going.
Yep, it looks like he just drifted out a little bit and wanted to fall out through that right shoulder, and she just was right there to say, nope, here's where we're going, and boy, she had a good turn after that. Looked like somebody on a jump off.
And Arden, lovely through that first water. The Wildisons are incredible supporters of the sport and have been longtime owners for people, and it's wonderful to see Arden with so many lovely horses here. She has a few here this weekend, and just really, as you said, spending a lot of time in the tack.
It's really paying off for her, too.
I noticed she does not have anything around her horse's neck, and I don't leave the barn without a neck strap, but that's just me.
I'm with you. Maybe that's just us being a little bit older and hopefully wiser.
Well, I feel like if William Fox Pitt says he doesn't get on a horse without one, then I can do that too.
I absolutely agree. I want something to grab onto.
Me too.
I keep wanting to say, Jenny's just having a super go, but I have to bite my lip.
Yeah, we cannot curse her. Oh!
We just landed a little short after seeing the water. Made up for it.
What a great ride there from Jenny. She got a little bit jostled and then just sat tight.
Yep. And recovered and regrouped. You know, just like we keep talking about, you've got to ride what's happening underneath you at the moment, and you can't take anything for granted.
It looks like maybe he's getting a bit strong. She just had a conversation there before that vent saying, nope, you need to listen to me.
Yep. And sometimes, especially at the end of the course, you know, they get a little strong because they're getting a little tired. And so they're a little bit slow to listen or to react. And so you've got to have those little conversations to make sure that they're awake and listening so that you don't have a mishap.
Because the thing we have to remember is that although the rider has walked the course and they know where they're going, the horse has no idea.
Absolutely.
Here's Rachel Lawson in High Tide. Rachel's a local Virginia rider as well. And they come forward on a 45.9. She did a really good job to contain that horse yesterday, High Tide, in the dressage.
Good for her. Sometimes that's what it comes down to. You just have to get through the test.
Back with Arden and Sunday Times.
She is riding forward.
She is riding
That's
forward
good.
and made the smart call to go to the alternate
Yes.
there.
Had just a little bit of an off distance jumping in. And again, that's what we talk about, thinking on your feet and being quick to react and make a decision, a split-second decision.
I love seeing all the tailgates up there. I wish it were completely full, but I understand on a rainy day. But
Yep.
it's a wonderful spot to watch.
Yep, and one really, really good idea on Morven's part, and hopefully they will be able to have more in the future. I do know that they sold out, so I think that probably the reason we're seeing some empty ones is simply because of the weather.
And I think last year they'd only sold like 10 or something, and then this year they did sell
Yes.
out. So again, incredibly exciting for them as people start to realize that this is a great place to spend a weekend watching incredible sport.
Very definitely. And good for Jenny. Did we get a time on Megan O'Donoghue by
That
chance?
is what I was just looking for. So home, this seems to be around the magic number 7:33. So for 24.4 time. And she wasn't hanging about.
She wasn't. That's interesting.
It's interesting, though, the last 2 years, no one has made the time in the short, and I don't think we'll see it today.
I bet you're right. I doubt we'll see it. That is interesting that nobody's made the time. I didn't realize that. But you just have to be so quick around, and there are just so many questions asked.
Not hanging about.
Not a bit. It will be fun to see her time, especially.
I love the look on that horse's face. His ears are pricked, and he's like, this is my favorite part.
Absolutely. And he doesn't look like he's running out of gas. He's got plenty of gallop going on here toward the end of the course.
He doesn't, which you love to see in these horses, and he's a little bit older, so she knows what it takes to get him fit and
Right.
happy, and especially towards this part of the season.
Absolutely.
Here we have Rachel and High Tide at the coffin.
Super.
Caddy through there.
And Rachel looks like her horse has woken up a little bit
Yes.
in a good way as the course has gotten going, and much more smooth, much more out of stride, and not quite as a little jerky, looking for his flags.
Yep. He's a thoroughbred, and he's going to have plenty of run, but sometimes that can make it harder.
That's right. That is super. We saw Arden through the double brushes, making just a little bit more of an arc than some of the other riders have. But she knows her horse, and she knows how much she does or doesn't want to angle. And now Rachel's giving her horse a big pat and good boy for jumping through that water as well as he did.
Next out of the start box will be Jamie Kellock riding Summer Bay. And actually, Jamie rides with Jesse Phoenix.
And so she's another of our Canadian contingency, right?
Yes.
Looks like she's from Ontario.
And this is a 2009 model, Irish Sport Horse Gelding, Summer Bay. They have been together for a bit. Their last time out was at Plantation, and it looks like they had a little bit of a tip-up, so she'll be looking to put that behind them. Again, tropical storm. Hopefully that was all it was.
Right. Have a good run here, rebuilding confidence and going forward for next year. But these guys are in the short, so they might have something else that they're going to be doing later this fall.
Might be looking for the 4 long later this fall at the
Yes.
Terra Nova.
Yep. Just stood off that table a little bit. Yeah, just didn't quite have him going yet. Again, this water comes up so early, and you really have to get the horses in front of your leg and thinking forward and riding forward pretty quickly.
It looks like she might be calling it a day. We're picking back up here with High Tide and Rachel Lawson, who look like they are motoring.
They really are. She has gotten into the swing of it, and her horse has, and they look super. Really on a mission.
And you can really see that thoroughbred there, right?
That's right.
That gallop and just sort of the turn of foot that he has right now, and looks happy as a clam.
Absolutely. Here she is at those hedges. Beautiful. Touched the right
speedy.
flag. Yep. Touched the red flag and knocked it out, but she was definitely within the flags, and no question there whatsoever. So no penalties, and she was on a mission. She did
Yes.
it and did it well.
And as you were saying, you thought that, the first part of the course, maybe they were not hanging about, but maybe weren't sort of like on that mission, and it feels like
Right.
they've grown in confidence and sort of
Absolutely.
going more forward as they've gone on.
Yep. As you said earlier, they definitely look like they've gained confidence and are building as the course goes on in a real positive way.
And they are headed for home, which is terribly exciting, and just waiting on a time for Arden, which I will get you as soon as I have it. jumps the last. She'll be really,
for
really
her.
pleased with that round.
Yep. One of our local riders.
So Arden was one of our speediest rounds. She came home in 7 minutes and 6 seconds for 13.6 time penalties, and she jumps into 6th in the clubhouse.
Good for her. That's wonderful.
Here we have Leslie Lamb and Banjo. Leslie is also a Virginia-based rider, but she's a little bit further south. But really exciting to see her here with this lovely horse who she's brought up through the levels.
Yes. And I think, again, like you said, she brought this horse up. She's done it herself, and that's a real feather in your cap. A lot of times we don't see that in this day and age, and I think you just know the horse is that much better for it. There she's giving a little encouragement, seeing that little bit of an open distance, but that's what it takes, getting them in front of your leg early on in the course, because the next fence is the water.
And it doesn't have to be pretty, it's about getting it done.
That's right. And that's that little bit of a different line that we saw Will take too. Just a little bit off to the right, putting a little bit of a bow in it so you get a little more time. And it really seems to be riding well.
It's great. This is a very exciting horse. He's an 11-year-old thoroughbred gelding, and this is only their second 4-star. So again, this will be a great educational experience for them, we hope. And you saw Leslie really holding his hand there.
Yep.
And sort of saying, this is where we're going, buddy. We've got it.
And she's a very experienced rider. You know, she only, I believe, I'm correct in saying, only usually has one horse going at a time. But she's been up through the ranks and she's been around the block, and she really is a confident rider and gives the horses confidence as they go around.
You know, she produced that lovely mare, Celia, that Danny Mogel from Mexico
Yes.
has been riding. And again, just a testament to Leslie bringing that horse up the levels. And Danny's done, obviously, a wonderful job with the mare, but it is a testament to Leslie as well.
Yes.
His mane is very interesting. It looks like it's frosted.
It does. I was just thinking, I was watching it and thinking, you know, I like that gray mane, and he's not that old.
I know, it's so interesting.
And he doesn't. Usually, a lot of times, the mane will match the tail or be similar, and his tail just looks plain and dark. I love his mane.
Me too. I'm going to have to ask her about it.
Great ride there to the corner, and just jumped it like she was jumping through a gymnastic.
So we're down to our last 4 or 5 riders in the 4-star short, and it's been an exciting morning, and we've seen some really great riding and some educational rounds as the horses are learning as they go.
Absolutely. And it's gone so quickly. I can't believe we're already down to the end of the division.
It's wild, isn't it? This is actually also a division where I feel like there should be twice the amount of horses than there are just to
agree.
come and enjoy this beautiful venue.
Absolutely. And learn so much from it. That was super through the coffin for Leslie.
Wow. Rachel Lawson is only 3 seconds behind Will Coleman. She comes home in 6 minutes and 52 seconds. So she will have 8 time and end her day on a 53.9 and slots into 7th. She went into the day in 21st position. Shows you what cross country does.
Yes. Good for her. That is wonderful. Here's Leslie again. Good.
Look at his ears pricked, saying, where to next?
Absolutely. He sure is.
Next we have Aaron Strader on Live and Learn. They come forward on a 35.6, and they were in 14th position after yesterday's dressage.
It's wonderful seeing all these riders from all across the country and from up in Canada. We're not just seeing riders from the East Coast and from Kentucky anymore. Shows the growth and hopefully the depth of the sport is changing here in the U.S. And to get to see these guys come here and ride in their first 4-star, whether it's long or short, is very exciting.
It is excellent, and actually this is their 3rd 4-star short together. They were previously running the advanced at the Fork and just had some planned, looks like possibly planned time there.
And she doesn't look like she's hanging around here today.
It does not. The horse looks very eager.
Very nicely done through there. Looked like he might have had just a tiny little slip, but it didn't faze him in the least. And here's Leslie at the final water.
Up and down the smart back water, all good there.
He keeps going and going and motoring. He looks like he might be just getting a little bit tired, but he's just going right along for her.
And this may be one of the first times she's felt him get tired, right? This is only their
That's
second
true.
4-star. Again, the time is only 6:31 or 6:32. But again, for these horses stepping up the levels, this will give her a good indication of what he feels like tired.
That's right, and that's very, very important because it's a little bit of a different sport when you're riding a tired horse, and you have to be able to make plans for it, both in riding a tired horse and in getting him fit the next time around. Maybe just tweaking things a little bit, like we've heard about Will with chin tonic and having to be flexible with his plans as far as fitness goes.
Very catty through that
Very.
coffin.
She was good. She might have been a tiny bit ahead of him at the out, but it all worked out fine.
Look at that.
Really nicely done through those brushes.
I believe we have Will Coleman out again with Diablo, who is a new ride for Will this year. And actually the horse was produced in Australia by Gemma Tinney.
Ah, I didn't realize that. That's very exciting.
And this will actually be their first 4-star run together. Will had aimed the horse at Great Meadow, but obviously the ground was very hard there, so did not run him there. And it was aimed at Plantation and Tropical Storm. Oh, looks a little spooky.
Yes, looked like he saw something. I wonder what that was. But she was very quick to assess, knew what she needed to do, knew her option, and that was interesting. I wonder what that was all about.
See,
But-
Will is clear through the first water and over that Tricaner.
Oh, super. Good. It'll be fun to watch him go around. I think it's a bit different for a rider to take on a horse that's been competed, especially through the upper levels, by another top rider. That you have to be a little bit more flexible. You've got to have different tools in your tool belt to be able to make it work and to figure the horse out. And Will's obviously doing a super job with that, with this horse. I preferably have always wanted to make the horses up myself, and that way I know them.
And you know, it's interesting because I think actually this horse went up to like the 2 or 3-star level with Gemma. And so I think maybe that is the time to get one, right? Is
Right.
that it's done some stuff, so you know it's sort of confirmed, but you still get to put your stamp on it.
Definitely. Yes, you're absolutely right.
The horse is 11 years old, so sort of a really perfect time to get a horse. He's a Holsteiner gelding by Diarado.
Lovely, lovely type. Very well bred,
Yes.
obviously.
Let's see how they are at this water.
Yeah, he's just a little bit looking, isn't he?
Just a little peaky.
Yes, he is. Look, he's just looking for something once he jumps in, making sure there's not a little catch somewhere. But she rode him beautifully through there.
And I see headed to the start box is our dressage leader, which is Liz Halliday. She's
How
got a lot of
exciting.
rides here.
Yes.
This is Cooley Nutcracker that she will be leaving the start box on. They ended yesterday on a 22.6. So we'll be excited to see what Liz has in store.
Yes, she's a great competitor, but she always is thinking about her horses and what is right for them, whether they need the confidence jumping around or if she can put the pedal down and go out and...
And I believe that this horse is actually Liz's direct reserve for the Pan American Games.
It is, you're absolutely right, yes. Mm-hmm. And Will's having a super go on this horse. Just realized what I said as he was about to jump in the water. I will not
You're
make
like,
that
I
mistake
will not
again.
be saying that anymore. Liz at the first water. Textbook.
Yep, absolutely. Again, put that little bit of a bow in, as we've seen a few of the others, and it really seems to ride well doing that.
We are down to it. We have our last three on course in Diablo, Cooley, Nutcracker, and then Caroline will be joining us yet again on Redfield Dexter shortly.
Of the advanced rides.
How fun to have such a competitive group of riders at the end of the division out at the same time.
It is. It's going to make it very hard for us to decide who and where to watch. But
That's
we're going
right.
to try to bring you all of the action. Will coming to the third water.
Wrap it up there. 20 jumping and 7:36 on the clock. Will very quickly.
And he just walked across that. Did one less stride than most of the horses are
Yes.
doing to that double.
And didn't move.
Not a bit. Not a bit. Will is just an absolutely beautiful rider, and always in balance with his horses. And
I think it's so interesting too because Will, grew up doing many different things riding. He's hunted, he's pure show jumped, he's done just a little bit of everything. He's done some hunter shows, and I think when you grow up with that sort of diverse background, I think it helps.
I think you're absolutely right. It just makes you better and better for it. It has a wealth of knowledge and a huge tool belt to be able to pull from. Look how straight his horse was coming to that. And just,
That might be the best we've seen all day.
I would absolutely agree. And super through the coffin for Liz.
These two really battling it out here.
Waiting on some additional times here. I think possibly our start camera has come down, so we will see if we can get Caroline. I think Caroline might be starting momentarily.
Now 28.5. And Caroline heads to the 1 and 2. We'll call it over 19. Just a couple left to go for him.
And he looks still just as strong as ever and
Yes.
very confident. And Liz is just doing a super job, minimizing what she has to do on top of him so that there's very little disruption of the rhythm and change in the horse. There's Caroline.
Here's Caroline on Redfield Dexter.
Whoa. Put a little trot step in, just doing his footwork, maybe just being a little careful. So she gave him a little reminder slap there. And again, just jumping water to water like that, we haven't seen that a whole lot. And that first log in, they're coming up a mound to it, so they really don't see the water till the last second. And that might just be a little bit of a new idea for this horse.
And this is actually the horse's first 4-star short.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think maybe we just saw that there.
Yes. And he's gonna only come out more confident for it. She gave him a super ride and held his hand through there.
And she's probably thinking as well, she had her other horses through earlier, so now coming on at the least experienced horse, she'll know where she really does need to hold his hand.
Very definitely, yes. Yep. She'll be able to educate him around that much more successfully. There's Liz at the last water. Again, absolutely beautiful.
Caroline will use all of her experience to give this horse, a confidence building round today.
Yes, she will.
Caroline through the gap. Out on the Sebastian side, there she is. On her way to 8 and 9.
Wow. Will is riding very speedy today. He is home in 6 minutes and 52 seconds. He has 8 time penalties and will move forward to tomorrow on a 36.3. Currently, he is first and second in the clubhouse. And really, the only person who could come and get him and take that spot over is this lady right here.
And she's certainly making a good go of it.
She has not been hanging about.
Beautiful through the hedges.
You know, Liz used to drive race cars, so she knows something about speed.
She sure does. And she's a very good competitor for it.
And Liz is through the brushes at 18.
Looks like we might have had a
Yes.
miscommunication there.
Yep.
Coming around to the alternate.
Now, unfortunately, Caroline got a little bit jammed up in the park question at a run out at 19. Back to the second attempt there. Ms. Redfield Dexter.
So she might just be calling it a day. Maybe he just was a little backed off and just a little bit greener than what she had hoped for jumping around.
Yeah, and that's part of the experience too, right? Is sort of knowing when to keep pushing or when to go
Exactly.
back and do some additional homework so that the next time you come out, you are ready for it.
That's right. Exactly. That's part of being a good horseman.
And Caroline is so experienced now and, you know, she's had some lovely rounds today. So, I mean, everything else she did today was textbook. So
Absolutely. Yep. It's not
Similar.
always going to go perfectly on every horse.
Exactly. So our last out on course still is Liz Halliday on Cooley Nutcracker, and they are the ones that could take over the lead, and they should be home shortly. We will keep an eye on that. A really big thank you to all of our sponsors here this weekend. It's incredible to be celebrating 50 years of eventing at Morven Park. Stephen and I had a conversation yesterday or the day before in front of the mansion. You can go see that on Morven Park socials. But Stephen came to one of the very first events here at Morven Park.
I did. I helped build some of those early cross-country fences. And it looks like Liz came in at 7:08.
I think that was her first horse, and so we're just waiting on the time for her Cooley Nutcracker horse.
I think I might better put my glasses back on.
No, I'm looking at two screens. There we go. 6:52 for Liz, 8 seconds on a 30.6. So going into show jumping tomorrow, Will Coleman will take over the lead on a 29.1 or 29.9, be in first place. Liz Halliday on Cooley Nutcracker on a 30.6, very close, not like a few seconds in hand. Will Coleman again on Diablo, 36.3 into third. Liz Halliday on Shandro Cooley on a 41.2. Those two hold the top 4 positions between them. Jenny Karras had a lovely round to be in 5th place. Caroline Pamuchku on a 51.5 and 6th. Lauren Nicholson. Arden Wilderson had a great speedy round as well. Rachel Lawson. And then Megan O'Donoghue rounds out our top 10 on a 56.9. We are going to take a short break, but we are going to be back at 12 o'clock for some 3-star cross country. Again, thank you for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you back here at 12 o'clock for 3-star cross country. I'm Annie Bishop, joined by Stephen Bradley, and we will talk to you soon. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Morven Park International and Fall Horse Trials. I'm Annie Bishop and I'm delighted to be joined again by Stephen Bradley. Stephen, we had quite a morning here.
We sure did. We saw a little bit of everything, and I thought we saw some really, really good riding from our top riders, from some under 25 riders that are up and coming. They did a wonderful job with their horses, and we saw horses really gain a lot of confidence as they went around the courses from the good riding as a result.
Yeah, it was a wonderful morning, and we're just about to get underway with this 3-star short here. We see down at the start, Carabeg Hullabaloo, I believe, with Michael Nolan. Will be our first out of the box to show us how it's done over Jeff Kibbe's course here at Morven Park, which the optimum time is 6 minutes and 13 seconds over 3,420 meters. It'll be an exciting afternoon here, and thank you all for joining us. You know, Steve and I was struck we had a moment when we could nip out in between the 4-star and the 3-star and go over to the other side of the property. And you forget, we're here watching cross country all morning, but there are people that are still doing dressage tests. There's show jumping. There is so much happening here with 18 divisions running total here this weekend.
The organizing committee here has done a fantastic job, and I can't imagine trying to get things going and keep them moving and on time the way that they have. There's so many rings going and so much happening and so many people involved in it, judges, competitors, sponsors, volunteers, exactly.
There are hundreds and hundreds of people that make this all happen, and we're so grateful to each and every one of you. And I will say too, Stephen, you know, it's the rain has let up for the moment, so it's actually just nice and cool out there. It's a bit chilly for me personally, but I think it's wonderful temperature for the horses.
I agree. I think this is about perfect weather for the horses and what they'll enjoy and really step up out of.
Those are nice angled brushes there.
They are, and he's coming up out of what Tremaine used to call the canyon, something he put in that was just absolutely brilliant, where you jump into the woods and the ground drops away, and a little bit like a roller coaster going down a hill and then back up a hill, and you jump a bank out. And unfortunately, we can't see what is in there, but it's a wonderful exercise.
And Michael Nolan on Carabug Hullabaloo, which I love this name, we're coming forward today on a 32, and they're tied for 10th currently. And next out, who we see there is Anna, I'm not going to be able to say her last name, on Phoenix Rouge du Clos.
Just waiting for her time to enter the box. It's a big division, a bigger division at least, than what we've seen this morning so far.
It is. It's great to see so many horses here. I think this will be a great course for them as they're, wrapping up their season potentially or going on to a long later in the season.
Yes, absolutely. Jeff does a super job and does quite a few courses here on the East Coast these days.
I know he worked closely with Tremaine for years, so it's lovely that he's here designing.
And carrying on Tremaine's thoughts and wishes, absolutely.
Yes. So Anna's a local Virginia rider, which we love to see. She's from Charlottesville, just about an hour and a half south of here. Catch back up with Carabeg Hullabaloo.
And very much like the 4-star short and long this morning, these guys have to come out and get their horses in front of their leg and get into a rhythm going right off the bat, because the 4th fence is the first water. And so that comes up fairly early, but you've got to make sure that you are on your job and your horse is on his job when it comes up that early.
She did a super job there to hold him into that second element.
She sure did. Kept him nice and straight. It'll be interesting to see the time on these first couple of horses and see how close to it that they are coming. They look like they could afford to just move on a little bit and leave one stride out in a couple of those combinations. But as I said earlier, it's easy to sit here and be an armchair quarterback.
Yeah, and the Hullabaloo horse, it's his first season at 3-star. So again, sort of still gaining some mileage there.
Yep.
And actually, this is Phoenix Rouge du Clos' first 3-star.
Okay, there you go. Yep. So they're out to jump around and gain confidence and gain mileage. And
what a wonderful course to do that on. The terrain lets you know where they are in their fitness. And the footing could not be better here at Morven Park.
it is, that's so true. We've had a bit of a drought, but off and on recently we've gotten some rain that has helped the footing tremendously. Really nicely through that water for him.
38 to you back.
They look like maybe they're moving on a bit more now.
Yes, yep, once they got going.
It's great to see so many spectators out walking around the course. I know there's the tent section for the tailgating, but it's nice to see people walking around and getting up close and personal to these incredible fences and these amazing horses.
I agree. And that's what we like to see, the people coming out to watch and enjoy the sport and learn more about the sport, because it just isn't that well known here in this country, except in a few venues. And so to see it start to grow here in Northern Virginia is exciting.
Good over the officer, now 2 to go.
Here comes our friend Sarah Kozenblick on Rock Phantom out of the start box. Rocky, as he's known at home, I think they're sitting in second place after the dressage. I know she had a super test, and it sounds like she might have made an error or two, but he was super.
I always say we can fix the rider.
Yes.
We all make little mistakes here and there, and you just have to learn from them.
And Sarah's normally run this horse at the 4-star level, but Sarah unfortunately broke her ankle a little bit ago, and so is just giving him a nice run here while she sort of is getting strength back.
Yep. This, I believe, is this her first run since
Yes,
coming back from the ankle?
it is. But
And
she
it-
said it was feeling good, and I know she's been walking around a lot, so hopefully it'll serve her well.
Yes.
Beautiful ride through there.
Yep, super. I know she thinks very highly of this horse too. He's lovely.
He is lovely, and it's a horse that she's really had for just over, almost 2 years now. So really starting to cement that partnership.
Yep. She must have a great crew behind her to be able to keep the horses going while she was not able to ride and be able to present him here.
She really does, and she said something about that the other day, that riders couldn't do this without the crews behind them because they travel so much if they get hurt or anything like that, and so you really need to have a trusted team behind you, and I know that Sarah thinks the absolute world of her team.
Yes, it takes a village. It's so true.
I was saying yesterday, it takes kind of like a city
You're right.
or a very, very large village.
Very definitely. So he looks like he's having a really good go. He definitely has gotten into a better rhythm and a little more forward rhythm, and she's riding him great as the course has picked up and gone on.
And that's what you love to see, especially on their first time at the level.
Definitely. Just gaining in confidence and that smile coming across.
Clear 15. And just below it.
We had a quick chance to catch up with Derek after the 4-star, and I think he was quite pleased with how things rode. I think he pointed out a few things that maybe some of our riders need to go practice, such as stepping off a drop.
Yep.
But again, I think he was very pleased with how it rode and that everyone did a really super job this morning.
I agree, and he did seem very happy about it. And, we all take away things and learn things each time we go out, and
Clear.
I think that will be true of today and going away from this competition.
So we have starting, hopefully we'll see her in just a second, one of my favorite riders, Kim Severson, on Arden Juju. And Arden Juju is owned by the wonderful Anita Antonucci, who has bred a lot of incredible horses, and I think there are 3 to 4 Arden babies here this weekend competing, which is exciting. And Anita's done a lot to showcase the young event horses, and I know she's been a big supporter of those classes that are running here at Morven Park this weekend.
She has, and she's been doing this for a while, and we're very lucky to have somebody like her in the program and being so supportive of the sport and bringing horses along. I know she also has multiple horses with multiple riders, and so she's out promoting that way and promoting them as well.
And you couldn't ask for a better jockey than Kim.
I agree, absolutely.
Back with Sarah and Rocky.
Good boy. And well sat on her to be a patient and not get ahead and just let him suss it out and figure out what he needed to do with his feet. And she's not hanging around. He's got a great gallop and she's using it.
He's a big striding horse for sure. And we're so grateful to Sarah for all the work that she's done to help get the live stream up and running here at Morven Park.
Yep.
She really was the driving force behind it, and her wonderful owner, Edie Ramika, as well. We are so grateful to them that we get to showcase Morven Park in all its glory, even when it's a little bit gray and rainy.
I agree. They have been tremendous in their efforts to get this going and get this off the ground, and we can't thank them enough.
This is really one of those venues that deserves to be seen, and Sarah really understood that, and she gives so much back to the sport, so again, we're really grateful to her.
Yes, she really does. She does a lot for educating and for helping people, and she's very, very generous with her time and her efforts as well as Edie. They both are wonderful to have.
There at Cedars. Double brush corner next at 9.
We saw her give him a little slap over the water, jumping into the water, just to give him that little bit of confidence and say, don't pause, don't hesitate.
And that's really about riding the horse that's underneath you on the day, because maybe he's not peeked into water before, but she
Right.
knew he did it once, so she wasn't going to let it
Exactly.
happen again.
Yep. It's thinking on your feet. It's so true and so important.
Top of the hill and then
Back with Kim. This is actually this horse's second 3-star, and they won on their first 3-star debut at Chattahoochee Hills at the beginning of September. And I know that Anita was very excited about that.
I bet she was. That's wonderful. It's great when the owners get rewarded, and people like Anita, who are putting so much back into the sport and into the breeding program, when it comes back for them, I think is super.
I think this is a horse they've had to be patient with, which again, I think if horses don't teach us anything else, they teach us patience.
That is so true.
And when it all comes together, it's even more rewarding.
And it makes you appreciate it that much more as well, yes.
We have Alex Reed on Broadway.
and there's Sarah Constantly. Go the lasso through the timers. 6:39 on the clock.
And these two ran in the open preliminary at Great Meadow, back with Kim.
Rockford. Davidson. In through the water here at the mentioned flush. And over the water out.
They are taking a bit of a peek as they jump into that water, aren't they?
They are. And sometimes I have found that, not with every horse, but with a lot of horses, when you've just got a small log like that on top of a bank, it's almost like they're wondering what the catch is. There's got to be more. They get to the edge and they're just not quite sure about what the question is, and they just take a little bit of a double peek.
Well, again, I think that's, again, one of those wonderful things, to show you how these courses can make you think about different questions that maybe you don't see all the time. Derek showed
Right.
us some of that on the 4-star course, and Jeff's doing the same thing on the 3-star course.
Absolutely. Very definitely. Yep.
Back with Kim.
Silver medalist from the Olympic Games, Team USA. Last year with Art Jr. number 21.
Wonderful through there. Just about textbook.
I think I could watch Kim ride all day long.
Yep, she's easy to watch. She's such a good horse person, and really, really good at educating the young horses and bringing them along.
Right below is Kim.
And we're so lucky that Kim is one of the selectors for the U.S. team.
Definitely.
She's been there and done that, and I think that she has such a good sensibility about what it's like to be at those big competitions and sort of what it
Absolutely.
takes to bring horses up the levels.
Absolutely. And I think the fact that she's out here doing it still just makes it that much more enjoyable
Yes.
and working.
We are back with Arden Wilderson on another gray and no neck strap.
I was just going to say, nothing in front of the saddle. I hope she's got some stock in that whitening shampoo.
I'm sure she does. And she is on Apogee.
Very similar in type to her earlier horse as well.
Yes. Some riders do have a type, and
Very definitely.
this might be Arden's.
We saw her really go out and go fast and go quickly and get away from the fences so well on her first horse. This one looks like he might be a little bit greener or might be a little bit tougher here in the early part. She's having to work a little more with him.
And they come forward on a 38.6 after the dressage yesterday, which saw them in 23rd position overnight. Arden did not hang around on her first ride, so we'll see what she does with this horse.
She's given it a great positive ride. He looks like he's just a little bit backed off at some of the things, just looking a little too hard, and she's given him a great forward ride trying to get him in front of her leg.
Back with On Broadway. That's a nice kind of, it's not quite a keyhole, but it gives you the feeling of a keyhole.
Yes, it does. It really does. It's a good educational fence, absolutely, because we don't see those a lot these days. There again, he got to the edge, and I think he just was, where's the question? What's going on with that little log? and just the drop into the water. Sometimes those are harder. Oh, that's a shame.
That's too bad.
Yeah,
They were having a nice time until then.
they were.
Looks like
Now it looks-
Arden is just circled.
Yes.
Oh,
And yeah, having a little problem with the angled hedges. It was an ABC, so coming off the circle, she probably had a little trouble at B, because being ABC, you have to go straight from one to the other. You're not allowed to.
unfortunately, that will be the end of their day today.
Yes, she was smart. She took him down in the water, let him get his feet wet, let him see that there wasn't anything to worry about, and that's good horsemanship.
And sometimes it's hard to think of that in the heat of the moment,
That's
right? Because
true.
you're thinking, I should be on to the next fence. What am I doing?
Right, exactly. But at some point then you've got to realize that I've got to make this an educational experience for my horse so that he comes out of it better for it.
It's nice to see everyone giving her a clap there, and it's great to see so many people out watching.
Yes. It's a little chilly out there. I hope they've got lots of clothes
It
on.
is a little chilly out there.
But there's not even a drizzle going on, so hopefully they
Next
can stay.
is Lizzie Hoff, who is one of our young under 25 riders here this weekend. And this is her ride, HSH Limited Edition. And the H in the HSH is Hutchison for Hutchison Sport Horses, and it's a lot of the horses that you see Caroline Pamuchku on. She and Kelly Hutchison have a partnership, and the horses come over from Ireland.
I didn't realize that. I was trying to figure out where the HSH came from.
I know. We're going to try to get Kelly in here sometime tomorrow to have a bit of a chat with us as well. I think there's probably 5 or 6 HSH horses
Yes,
here this weekend.
there are.
And not all ridden by Caroline. So it's great to see Lizzie with this one.
And she did a super job through there. Again, the water comes up very early. You'd love to see them just riding just a little bit more forward, maybe doing one less stride to the out as a result. But they are all really riding well and mechanically making it happen well. This is coming out of the canyon that we were talking about earlier.
Back to those brushes, yeah. Here we
There
go.
she is. And so she's swinging out just a little bit after A to get her line to B and C. Really well thought out. That's a thinking rider. She showed, and she didn't really lose but a second or two doing that.
So we may have, so the optimum time here today is 6 minutes and 13 seconds. Kim is home with 6 minutes and 22 seconds, so just picks up 3.6 time. Sarah was not hanging about, but she's home in 6 minutes and 39 seconds. Michael Nolan's home in 6:34. And Anna and Phoenix Rouge Duclaw are home in 7 minutes and 10 seconds. So I think we might see one rider, maybe two inside the time. But it'll
Possibly.
be interesting to see.
Yes, it will be. I think Boyd coming out next will be a good gauge to give us an inkling. But, especially for Kim, because she wasn't hanging around and she was out to be competitive. And so that will be interesting to see how the time plays a part.
Will be, and that is, there's our friend Helen.
Ah, there's Helen. She was judging the show jumping for the 2-star earlier today.
And she's probably having a peek at the course again.
Absolutely.
We will actually be able to watch the 2-star cross country tomorrow morning ahead of show jumping for the 4 and the 3 stars.
Super.
So this is Boyd Martin on Barney Rubble, which I love this name.
I was just about to say I love that name too.
They come forward on a 30.7 and in 7th place.
Great.
So this is this horse's 3rd 3-star. And Boyd did run him in at Plantation, ran cross country when picked up some time. So again, another one of those horses that will have learned a huge amount at Plantation in the rain.
Jumping around in the wet, absolutely. And you can see Boyd with all of his experience, you know, he's just kind of putting his hands down and just letting the horse gallop a little bit more in between these first few fences, not picking too much. And so you can see him there again doing 1 or 2 less strides than some of the riders to the out. And it's not like he's going fast. He's just leaving the horse, putting his hands down and leaving the horse alone. Beautiful ride into the water.
He didn't question it, and she just said, "We're going."
Yep, and there was no differentiating it at all. Very nice.
And you love to see that from the younger riders as well. It's a
Definitely.
great thing to see.
Because that'll only grow.
Here comes Boyd.
Making the same turn that we saw Lizzie make. Very nicely through the brushes.
Setting up down the canyon. 5-6.
And this course is lovely because it has a lot of places where you can gallop on and sort of get them in front of your leg again, but then it does make you think, and you have to sort of take back and get your stride back for these different combinations.
Definitely. And, you know, that's where the sport is going more and more. You know, you've got to be able to gallop in between fences and then minimizing the number of strides and the time you take to set up for the exercise, whether it's a single fence or a combination of fences. And we're seeing longer and longer combinations as well. And so it puts that much more emphasis on time.
Which really, you really want time to be influential in these
Definitely.
competitions. You know, you really, you want people to be riding forward and for it. And I think that's, you know, learn how to ride against the clock without it getting you too flustered.
Definitely.
Lizzie is headed on her way home.
Coming to the top of the hill to this open oxer.
Oh, I
Didn't see that coming.
did not either. I don't even.
Not sure what he sees.
Well, he took great offense to something.
He sure did. That was really interesting.
It'll be interesting to see too how they score that
Absolutely.
because I didn't feel like he had presented, but that was a very catty jump through there.
That was really something. Quick thinking on Boyd's part, but it will be interesting to see how they score that.
Yes. Next out, catching up with Brittany Crandall and Cooley Almighty. This is one of 14 Cooley horses here
Oh
this
my
weekend.
Wow. Says a lot for that program and that.
It really does. It says a lot about Richard Shane and the program that they have and the horses that they find. But yeah, this is the most I've seen at a competition so far this year. So 14.
And here he is coming to that water with a small log. Beautifully in. You see Boyd slip his reins but still maintain a connection.
It's so interesting. He took no offense to something that people seem to be having a bit of a trick with, but stopped at what we can't quite tell before that coffin.
Right, and it's far enough back that you have to question
Yes.
what he saw or what he thought he saw.
And down at the start box, I see Dana Cook on FE Quattro will be starting out here in just a second. Dana was kind enough to come and sit with me for a bit yesterday during the dressage. Dana was part of the Canadian team that went to Bertoni last year. And I know she's one of the reserves for the Pan Am team for Canada this year as well.
Good for her.
Third child, just 2 weeks ago. We now come to the water at the Smart Pack Splash. Down in through the water out, right hand turn out. Then you grab the Cooley Almighty, in and out of the canyon. 5-6.
Beautiful ride through that water.
You see the jump judge there filming each ride so that if
Yes.
there's any question, if you've been inside the flags, we will have tape to go back to.
That's right. That started a few years ago, and I remember jumping around one of the first times they were using the jump judges like that off in the distance. I thought, who is that lady standing in my way? I'm going to be galloping real close to her.
And why is she taking my picture?
And that was a super ride through the coffin.
Boyd Martin through the front. At 18, all good there. Brittany Crandall, Cooley Almighty.
And here's Boyd coming up to that open oxer toward the end of the course.
7, Mooresville, North Carolina. NC Clunter Syndicate. They're in second place, 28.3. Second best. And they are on their way to the third. Boyd Martin clear, 19, 2 to go. See where he and Barney Rubble are going to get onto the leaderboard here. Eddie Cook and NC Quattro.
And here we have Dana Cook on FE Quattro jumping around. Jumping into the first water. Super forward ride. Really got him into a rhythm jumping around those first few fences. Did a great job. And here we have Brittany Crandall riding Cooley Almighty, another one of those Cooley horses jumping around. And here we are joined with Pat. Good to see you. Thanks for coming. Thanks for coming with us. This is, again, the Brittany Crandall jumping around. We just saw her jump through the angled brushes. We're seeing a lot of different breeds jumping around. We're seeing it's almost so you can pick out the American thoroughbreds that are jumping and the riders that are not riding the thoroughbreds as well. They're all doing a good job. This is Brittany coming through that last water. And he's definitely staying open in his step and doesn't look like he's the fastest horse in the world, but she's getting away from the fences really well. Trying to tell just where she is.
So, Pat, this is a little bit different for you. You're used to watching horses run just a bit faster over fences that generally move a little bit more than these.
True. This is a whole new concept just to make a commentary on a sport that I'm, say, familiar with but aware of compared to steeplechasing. With Stephen here just making comment on some of the horses. And I just stepped in, so I'll let him pick up on this next one here, and I'll just...
Well, here we have Daniel Classing, one of our local riders. He and his wife, Caitlin, both out of Lovettsville, Virginia. They bring over a lot of Irish horses and have had a lot of success with them. And here we have Dana again. She's getting around to about halfway mark, maybe just a little bit further, coming to that water with the small log that we've seen some horses take some funny peeks at. There she jumps through the keyhole, and now she's coming down to just a drop with a log. And he was just a little bit hesitant off the ground, but she rode it really forward and really well. When I was getting started with the eventing and just out of high school, I galloped racehorses for the Firestones.
All right.
And that was one of the biggest things that helped me in my career and getting comfortable with going fast, because we think we're going fast with these event horses, but not like you guys.
Yeah. Just to, again, Sarah, 100% what you just said, Stephen. Sarah asked me to come over here, and it really does help a lot of young riders, students, as such, just to give them confidence on going a little faster without the jumping aspect of it, but to realize the time-wise, I understand that a lot of riders obviously have their clocks in their arms, their watches, and they're watching their time, how fast you're going. And one of the things I try and the few people that Sarah sent over to ride on the track, which is very easy to do, is mentally realize how fast the horse under you is going. When you think you're going fast, there's 4 more gears when it comes to it, when it comes to steeplechasing and flat racing. But so yeah, it's confidence builder for sure on riders, and it really does. It probably does pay a big advantage to these competitions to make up ground in between fences.
I would absolutely agree. And I think in this day and age, so many of our young riders coming up have spent a lot of time in the ring. They haven't spent the time out going cross country, out fox hunting like we did growing up. And it just makes such a world of difference. And so the more that they can get off of riding off their watches and mechanics and start to read their horses and feel their horses in the speed.
Without a doubt. Like I say, get away from the mechanics of it, because these aren't mechanical. These aren't cars. These are horses, individuals. Yep. And as I said, you learn to once you've. You can comment there, Steve.
It's interesting because this is what we saw Boyd's horse do earlier, and Daniel's horse stopped a little bit closer to it, but again, they're stopping well before that end of the coffin, and I'm not sure what they're seeing or think they're seeing. They both were quick thinking and jumped around. They obviously have a long way that they can go to jump in over A, but there's something about that, maybe the ground falling away after the vertical going to the ditch, that they just aren't liking. Usually by the time the horses have gotten to this stage and to this level, this sort of behavior has gone away. They don't usually, I don't think, you don't find them getting bulky or getting this at something because they've jumped so many ditches and so many coffins up to this point. This is very interesting. It's going to be one of those days he's just got to work it out and learn from it, and got some homework to do with this horse, it would appear.
Yeah, it's definitely a learning experience for this young horse. Obviously, like you said, Stephen, just to drop down on the ground in there, and that horse is obviously, he just needs to be more reassured for what he's doing. Like I said, there's a lot of homework, a lot of schooling there, and this is where you're at. I mean, it is a aspect of a learning process.
Yep, and we keep talking about it doesn't actually happen as we plan all the time, so we have to be riding on the day what's happening underneath us. So now we have Sarah Croft on Caddyshack B. She comes into cross country on a 44.8 and in 28th place to this point.
And going up when you're there, as we talked about speed on horses and learning the different ones, different breeds and stuff, I like to compare when I'm breezing, working the horses fast, the tryouts before the race and stuff. It's the equivalent of driving a standard bred type of Volkswagen against a high class Mercedes, and as you know, any kind of higher class car just cruises that much better, and you don't realize all of a sudden when you get a blue light behind you, it's like, I'm sorry, officer, I didn't realize I was going that fast.
Exactly.
And therein lies the difference between having that feel underneath you as regards. One horse is big stride, very smooth, but very slow. And the other one has got a shorter stride, but it's covering the ground faster than you realize it.
Yep.
And, but as you said, making up time in these events is that on the flat, in between fences, that will benefit you in the long run.
Very definitely.
How quick are you going?
And it's fun watching the different horses, especially from this venue, being able to watch the different ones gallop and watch their gallop. And some of them don't look like they're going that fast, but they're having the fastest times of the day.
They're striding along, and the riders are comfortable without them being hesitant to put the brake on before the next jump.
Oh, and here we go, another one with the coffin. And the ground doesn't fall away that sharply, but this horse jumped in and now doesn't want to jump the ditch. And it's interesting how sometimes it just happens, several horses in a row, and then everything else works out. This would be a really hard call to say how many stops she's had at this point. And obviously she's going to make this a learning day. If they consider that you've had 3 stops, they will pull you up. And
Okay.
So you're not allowed to finish.
Right.
So evidently they're going to let her go on unless they stop her a little bit later.
Give the horse a wee bit of confidence. Yeah, no, that's a, I think you said you call it a coffin fence or a coffin jump. And there's a reason it's called that. Horses know the difference, don't they?
Yes, I think he's about. Now this is a log with a ditch underneath it, so the common denominator is the ditch, but he didn't look like he had any.
Yeah, that wee horse there off the last start, like the confidence was gone in that horse at the stop, and I agree with the rider to try and go on and build the confidence back at, but the next opportunity was not a great opportunity.
Right, exactly. Here we have Olivia Miller on yet again another Cooley horse. Wonderful program that they have. A lot of Cooley horses here. Just had a little bit of an issue at the third part of the angled brushes. They're coming out of the canyon up a bank at A and then 2 angled brushes BC. So it looks like she just got there on a little bit of a funny distance, and that's where that turn, if it takes away the speed that you've got going through the turn, the corner, and they don't cover the distance up to it, especially on an angle, they're not going to be quite as happy to leave long.
It's a again, we're talking about different striding horses and different breeds of horses with a different stride. But when for young riders to experience outside of the box, as I say it, the show ring, the controlled area, and you get to gallop, say a young thoroughbred, or basically young thoroughbreds or older thoroughbreds, you have confidence then in making decisions as you go across country as regards how fast you're actually traveling on maybe an Irish draft, maybe a crossbred or a pure thoroughbred. But you have confidence then to say, hey, I'm going a little faster than I need to be.
And that's what I think that a lot of people in this day and age don't learn, is to think on their feet and to think while things are happening. And you've got to be able to make a split-second decision. You know, as your horse is leaving the ground to the jump, are you going to need to steady as you land, or you need to put your leg on and go forward? You've got to be thinking, and you've got to be analyzing that quickly.
Yeah, and the good thing about young horses, and as I always I keep harping after Sarah as regards to Sarah, have you got any young students that need to make a little bit of extra cash and spend an extra hour or 2 in the mornings, whatever? I got young horses that that I'm breaking in. They're yearlings at this stage, but they end up being 2-year-olds. But they don't know how to race. They don't know how to do a lot of stuff. So, but you learn what they will learn, and you will learn a bit of speed. And basically, a lot of them go to same speed as a lot of these horses here. Steady, slow, but. It's a good experience all around for them to broaden their mind, as you said, get away from the electronics of things and stick with the horsemanship.
Yep, I couldn't agree more.
And you don't learn horsemanship by riding the one horse only throughout your time. You need to be able to be adverse and diversify.
Absolutely.
And just like every jump is individual, so is every horse.
Yes, just like people. I agree.
You have, and people too, all in the same equation.
So that was unfortunate. She jumped in well, but he just was losing a little bit of momentum all the way through, and he did a little bit of the tranter coming in off that at the top of the knoll, and just didn't make the distance to get up to a good place where he could do his footwork and jump off the ground at the corner. Pat, it was wonderful to see you. Thanks for coming and being with us. We really enjoyed that. So good recovery on her part.
Well, it's always pretty cool to get, thank you so much, Pat, because it's always cool for us to get a perspective on the racing side of things too, and galloping horses cross country. You know, with the fun thing about eventing in my mind, Stephen, is that we can, it's a triathlon, and for me, when I want to be better at dressage, I'm going to talk to the dressage riders, better show jumping the show jumpers, but to gallop a horse, the race riders are going to be the people we need to talk to. And so really appreciate Pat taking his time out to come here and be a part of it today. And Morven Park has a long history of racing as well in the past, not anymore, but it was a huge part of Morven Park for a very long time.
Yes, absolutely. And to get that perspective is so important and so helpful for us as riders.
So how's this 3-star been going? The ground, I can tell you right now, is fantastic. Like, I feel like sometimes this summer, Virginia's been quite firm. We haven't had a lot of rain, had more rain up in New England, but it's been almost feeling like, I don't know about you, Stephen, but I felt like I was being hated even trotting on the ground. It was so firm. So, so getting on it here in the warm-up today, it was just so lovely to feel like your horses are actually going into the ground a tiny bit and not galloping on the road.
Yes, they've been jumping around for the most part. Your horse looked fantastic, by the way. You looked like you had a lot of horse at the end, too. That was wonderful.
He was
Fun
a good
to
boy.
watch.
He's a big fat Irishman, but he enjoys his job and he takes care of me. It was very fun to be back out there. I broke my ankle a couple of months ago, so it was just a little bit of a test today to see how it was going to feel, and it felt great.
Good at the end as well?
Yes, feels good right now.
Excellent.
Maybe that's just adrenaline, though.
And here we have Courtney Cooper. We haven't seen much of her so far today, but she's another person who has a great business bringing horses over from Ireland and matching horses to people, and does quite a bit of that year-round and very successfully.
Yes, she does. I mean, it's one thing I always say, riders are a bit of a dime a dozen, but people that are good on the ground and people that can spot horses and fit them to the right person, that's an art form.
Yes, absolutely. So this is Meg at C.
Doing a little bit
evidently, yes, must have had a little bit of an
Well,
issue.
that as you pop up out of that bank there, like you kind of have to wiggle a bit left to get that line, and it can come up a tiny bit quick. Oh, that's a nice ride, Courtney.
Yeah.
Excellent. Twisted a tiny bit. Oh, I jinxed her. Every time I say that, I jinx people.
And we've just gotten some time in on Dana Cook. She came in at 6:15, so that's 2 seconds over, 0.8. So she finishes to date on a 29.1, which bumps her into first place for the time being.
Awesome. Good for her.
She had a great ride. Yes, going back to that turn you were talking about, we saw Boyd do that as well, and it made a big difference just in the presentation to that first angle brush.
Yeah, just a little wiggle was easier there. And, Courtney's horse was quite clever through there, and she was through that water coming out when it skipped in a little bit of a extra stride. But that's cross-country riding. You can't get too married to the distance. You have to ride what's going on at the moment and try to stay centered.
Yep, absolutely.
Ooh, it's raining now.
Oh,
I'm kind of glad. Thank you, Morven Park gods, for not doing that to me, because I'm glad that my britches aren't wet right now.
Has slowly been picking up. So this is Kate Self and Kate Sand. I'm sorry. She comes in on a 41.
From Georgetown, Kentucky.
Yes, in 27th place thus far.
And I really like how that coffin was built. The hanging rail on the way in is a bit imposing. You do have to ride it properly. It's such good practice to do that at this level rather than seeing it for the first time at the 4-star or 5-star level. But on the way out, he's been so lovely and generous with that roll top at an angle where you can kind of come across and do 2 if you want, or you can just stay a little chilly and on the outside and do 3. It depends on how you jump the ditch.
And it's really interesting, Sarah, because I think you were just coming in or finishing up with your horse. We saw Dan Classing and we saw Boyd's horse, Barney Rubble, come to the top of the hill well before the rail and just stopped. And they were not even strides from it. They both had to go around and do the long way at A.
Wow.
And then go through.
Wow.
And it was very interesting to have 2 in a row.
This one's going a bit high and coming down a bit steep. Get in there. Okay. I know this is a really silly thing to say, but I love this horse's expression. Like he's really looking for the flags. I don't know quite what happened to that brush there. Just maybe got a bit deep, but just had a moment where I hate that moment where you feel like you're bum first.
Right. Yeah, no, he does. I don't think that's silly at all. He has a great expression.
Ooh, wicked ride through there, Kate. Good job. She knows it too.
I remember walking a course years ago with Philip, and he said when you're jumping through something angled like that, make sure that whatever foot is closest to the brush that's going up, that foot is going through that brush. And she did exactly that. That's great.
Oh, cool. I hadn't heard that, but it makes perfect sense. I like that description. This horse is very light across the ground as well.
He is, isn't he? And he looks like he's a fairly big horse, too. But very light on his feet.
Either that or she's a miniature, we don't know. I'll have to stand up next to her. Got fairly long legs, though. Great. Oh, look, he's quite clever, isn't he?
I love when they do that sort of footwork from time to time. Those are the horses that I like to ride.
Me too. Me too. Find a fifth leg there.
Yep.
And she just rode it perfectly too, because she just let the horse figure it out and stayed centered, and didn't make any big moves. Some of the worst things you can do is do a lot of big moves right in front of the fence.
Yep, and she's doing a super job. There I go again.
Lovely. Walk down there. That was beautiful.
Easily.
Yep. Oh, and we'd also like to mention that Meg is one of our under 25 riders here this weekend at Morven Park. We're trying to highlight the under 25 developing riders, as well as our young horses in the 3-star and 2-star divisions.
And it's wonderful to see how many that we do have, and the support. There's a fancy
we just saw that leg again. And he did it on the way out as well. Very good. These two look like they know each other quite well.
I agree, totally. But the support that, like, Piedmont Veterinary Service has given to support the under 25 division, we're very, very appreciative of that, because that just helps them out tremendously and helps promote them tremendously, the under 25s.
Absolutely, and we're really grateful to the 2 people in the industry that work in the industry, like our veterinary teams. Piedmont is fantastic. They're local, and we all use them, and they are hugely supportive of the sport as well, and we couldn't thank them more. So when we're talking about fantastic young riders, we need to mention Cassie Sanger, who has just did a super job for us in Bukowo, a Nations Cup, and she's just been on fire. She was also at Stragom in Poland for us, and here she is on her younger one of her horses, her 3-star horse, having a cruise round.
And Kate's horse, we've been very interesting watching, because the horses either jump off that lip with a little log very happily, or they take a good hard peek, like they're just looking for something a little bit more to the question.
Rock Phantom had a look at that, and I didn't feel ride it terribly strongly, because I wasn't quite. I rode forward, but not terribly strongly. He looked at it a bit more than I thought he was going to. So, we sort of made it in, but I gave him a bit of a tap at the next order because of that. Well, great ride there as well for Cassie. Yep.
And she is going right in the rain.
And she works with Leslie Law, who's our developing rider coach. So she's down. She's actually from up in New York, and they've moved to Delaware, her family, lovely family. But Cassie is based with Leslie Law, which has been just a really cool thing. And she was brought up the levels for a very long time with Dara Alexander's barn, based in Pine Plains, New York, at the Marisons.
That's wonderful to hear.
Dara just does such a super job developing young riders.
She does. And she came
Ooh, that was a great ride.
Very nice.
Look at you, Kate. We've been great from start to finish. Let's not jinx it.
And Dara came from Louise Merriman's program years ago that was really fun to get to know and to be part of.
Oh, yeah. Those ladies have done more for Millbrook and Area 1 eventing than
absolutely
probably 500 people combined.
Yep, I agree.
And I think Dara does as good a job as I also think it's kind of an art form bringing along these riders as well as they do. And I think another one who does a super job at that, honestly, is my best friend Sharon White. She produces them very well. And, Kyle Carter does a good job down in Florida. And just to name a few, being able to bring these riders along so solidly, rider after rider, is an art form.
I agree. It really is an art form in itself. And Cassie is just on fire.
Look at that.
That is beautiful. Beautiful ride.
Yeah.
And looks like we've got Boyd again.
I think this is the one in the lead. I believe. I could be wrong, but I think he had a very good dressage score.
He is on a 29.4.
Oh, no, it's okay. No,
So
no. Sorry.
he's fourth.
Still good,
coming
still
into
good,
this.
still
Yes.
good. Good jump there. Oh, yeah, that's right. Lucy M was leading. That's right. Okay. All right.
And it's been real interesting, again, from this venue, the spot where we are, that is, getting to watch all the riders and the difference in some of the older riders and these up-and-coming younger riders, that they come out with those first few fences, and yourself included, just getting the horses galloping and getting them in front of your leg. That water at fence 4 is a lot to look at, and I think if the riders that are picking and don't really have the horses in front of their legs scramble through there a little bit more.
Absolutely, and it's just knowing your horse and just
Yep.
beautiful turn there, right?
Yep.
Like beautiful
Exactly,
turn there.
Exactly, and that's what he did on his first
Neck is a
horse.
little bit short. Might be hard getting there. Good job. Well done, Boyd. I think he's a master with allowing the horses to use their bodies very well. He stays, you never see him tighten in the way ever.
Yep.
Like he's always got the neck out there. And Cassie did a beautiful job through that water. This girl's riding unbelievably well.
She really is. She is on a roll.
Well, I mean, Leslie's program clearly is working very well for developing Team USA. We are extremely lucky to have him. It's just, it's changed us exponentially the last few years.
I would absolutely agree.
Super, super ride.
Look at
Good
that.
job, kid.
Yep.
Yeah. God, look at her. She's beautiful. She rides well. She's 5 years old. How annoying.
So true.
If she were mean, it'd make us feel a little better, but unfortunately, she's also nice. Getting them balanced up here. And it's a bit tough, too. I mean, I know you obviously know this from your vast experience, but I think it's tough, too. I mean, she's had to be on the road a bit. And when you're thinking about trying to have these horses and come back and get right on them and go and do something like this, it's not an easy thing to do. And good on her for having, obviously, a good team at home that's managed by Leslie, but also just being able to get on and do it, because that's not easy.
No, it's not at all. The coming and going, and especially being over in Europe and all the traveling that she's been doing lately.
Good ride there. Oh, bugger, I jinxed him.
no.
Gosh, too. Oh, boy, I know it's going to be built at Boyd's schooling field soon.
I bet you are right.
Oh, poor Boyd.
Oh,
That's all right.
He's got those beautiful mounds. Now he's just going to have to put some ditches
I know.
at the
He has
bottoms
so
of
many
them.
great things at that schooling course. I was saying to Annie, I use it all the time. Like, we're a few hours away, but I drive up there a couple times a year, and it's just wonderful.
It really is. And he's so generous about
He is.
letting people come, and he works hard maintaining that school
Oh,
facility.
well, we know how hard that is. That is not easy, and it's never complicated to get in there, and it's just, it's all very, it's nice for working riders. So this is, I can't pronounce that last name, even though I have a terrible last name. This is Greta, I can't do it.
I'm not even going to try.
Very good ride there, Greta.
Very nice ride. Doing a super job.
Must be nice to have a name like Bradley.
Love that straightforward part. Oh, that's a shame, because that's her Boyd's other horse didn't want to necessarily
I know,
play.
I
It was at
know.
that coffin.
Well, we can't feel too bad for him because he's leading the 4-star long, so he'll be okay. Great ride.
Yeah.
Great ride. We were chatting about that actually in the warm-up, like whether that was going to be 4 or 5. I think it doesn't really matter, but just kind of how you jump over that hedge. Oh, bugger. Oh.
I did not walk that line. Is that a 3 or
It
a
is
4?
a 3, but it's a bit open, and not because you know how when you walk it walks normal, but because of where it is.
Yep, and
So
coming off that turn.
it's quite to me it's a bit open. You have to commit to it.
Yep.
Rock Phantom has a pretty big stride. And I did wiggle out, and I didn't get quite the ride I wanted to the A, but you had to kick if you were going to do that. You needed to get across there. And it worked out, but you sort of have to, it's not as, sometimes like something might seem like the distance is normal, but it's what happens on the turn that.
Exactly. Yep. Makes or breaks it.
Yeah. Oh, he's secretly fuming.
Yeah.
Still riding very well, but secretly fuming.
Because the horse really hasn't put a foot wrong
No,
anywhere.
it's lovely. It's a lovely horse, clearly, but just slightly less experienced, and that's what these events are about. He'll go through the finish flags having learned something, and that's
Definitely.
very important.
And this is a 3 short, so there's more he can do this fall if he's thinking about it and gearing for it. Doesn't have to be the last show of the season.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's annoying when that stuff happens, but it's also educational. And I think the course here really is friendly. So if something happens, the horses aren't seeming to get super rattled by that whole thing. It's big and bold, but it's not punishing.
Right. Yes, exactly. And he put in an alternative there so that you didn't have to end your day at A if you were having troubles jumping in.
Very true. They clearly knew.
They are just a little bit staring hard at that rail in, aren't they?
And I was really grateful that he had it here. I mean, my horse is a little bit more experienced, so should be fine at those sort of things. But I like that they're putting that they put that on the 3-star, because I always find that those definitely show up at the 4 and the 5-star, and then they're even bigger. And I like the opportunity to jump them. The last water also has a rather large hanging log, but you land on the grass, but it has that feeling of jumping a big hanging log into water, and I think that is very, it's just really nice for us to be able to practice that.
Yeah, very definitely. And I couldn't tell, is that end of the coffin set on a MIM
Yes.
pin? So the horses have to jump it carefully too, because if they come down on it and activate the pin, then they get an additional 15 penalty points.
I am saying that with confidence, like that is that way. But now I'm going to have probably Jeff or someone come in here and say, no, it's not. But but I think that it is.
I think it
I
is,
think that
just
it is.
looking
Yeah,
at it.
yeah, I think that it is. That was a very nice ride.
Really nice
Good
ride.
girl.
I agree.
Tall body, like didn't have quite the time to get her. That's a pretty short distance between the brush and the corner, and you can't really always get your reins back before things like that. So you need to ride a little bit on the hook, and she did a beautiful job of that. Super ride. Good
Very.
job, Meg.
And it's interesting too, here in the States, the Americans, we don't always get the chance to ride in the rain or ride on wet footing. And so this is in itself is good practice in understanding you've got to ride, if anything, a little more forward in the wet footing, not more cautiously.
Yep. And the ground is pretty awesome here today, but you're right. I mean, that practice, and even just the practice of riding in the rain, it feels very different. Ooh,
Definitely.
bugger.
What a shame.
I'm that is a pretty imposing log coming down that hill, and it does look like you're jumping into the water until the last. Horses see things a little differently than we do. The way that their depth perception is a little different than ours, and so I think a bit of an optical illusion there, that feeling that you are coming down the water, and you do need to ride that quite strongly.
Yes.
And she now has learned that, and it's unfortunate, but it was a good riding lesson.
And this is how we do learn, by coming out and testing where we are, where our horses are, and it's not always just a competition to go win, but it's a check on where we are in our training and where our horses are in their education.
Absolutely, and she's been looking really super around this track, so she's still going to be very happy with her horse.
Yep.
Oh no!
shoot. It
Go
looks
ahead.
like he just grabbed his bell boot.
He did, and that was unfortunate.
Oh,
and that hedge is coming a little bit downhill, and that's a poor thing. That's a bit of a
She's just thinking, I cannot believe that just
oh,
happened.
poor little thing. On her white breeches. Oh. Well, and the other thing is she's blown up there for people that aren't used to cross-country riding, a lot of us we're required to wear body protectors, but then we also wear these air vests that are like, if you crash your car, it blows up. So there's a little cord that connects us to the saddle, and it blows up. So that could be a bit that where she blew up, and then it's taking a second to breathe.
Yes, they can be a little claustrophobic when they blow up.
Yes.
I'm speaking from experience.
They're very loud. Well, here is Meg. Obviously, we saw her beautifully through the water. This is her old, longtime partner, Anakin. I love watching these two together. Oh, she's right. She can breathe
Walking
now.
away.
She can
And there's the bell boot that he grabbed.
yeah. I mean,
unlucky.
safety is obviously very important, and that is something that helps prevent a lot of injuries. And just as well as the crash helmets that we use, I've used a lot of like Charles Owen and Champion, and right now I'm actually using a brand called Aero, which I love. The technology improves year after year. The one I have right now, actually, Stephen, is to motocross standard, which
Is it
I don't.
really?
Yeah, no, you
Wow.
know what? I really don't understand why we haven't been having that kind of a standard before. So and I think every year the companies are trying to make things safer, and yeah. So as riders, it's our responsibility to do that part as well. Good jump in, Meg.
Wonderful.
And she
ride.
yeah
Look
she
at that.
planned for the 4, and that one she committed, and she knows her horse. Well done.
Yes. Yep. And here we have Woods Bauman going. I don't know this horse.
Yeah, this is his younger horse. I think it was also produced through Dirk in Germany.
Okay.
Dirk Schrader. He's bought a few of his horses, his top horses from there. He actually went to work in Germany for a year with him. I think that was a good experience.
And he's another product of Sharon White's program,
Yes,
isn't he?
yes, he is, and he's also a Lexington, Kentucky person. That's where his family is, and they are also lovely and very supportive. And but yes, he's been up in Virginia for quite a while now, working for Sharon, and now out on his own a bit. Whoop. Good girl. Okay.
She is riding forward.
She is. She has got a little bit deep there, but she and this horse know each other quite well.
Mm-hmm. It looks like the rain might be just making a little bit of a difference in the footing as well. Hopefully everybody's getting word back in the box, putting in some bigger studs in.
I love seeing that. That was a smart ride, Woods. Yeah, I mean, sometimes like it's a little bit good ride there as
Yeah.
well. You don't want to, swinging out there, even if you trot a second, it's more important to find that line than it is to get drawn in too soon to that A
Very
or that
definitely.
B. Yeah. Yeah, it is getting a bit softer out there. I you know what though, like we were talking about a second ago, I mean, I would so much rather be in a little bit of that than
definitely. We've had such a bad drought in this area recently that anything that we can get to soften the footing is appreciated.
But you're right. You do have to use a bit more leg, especially as it gets deeper. It's maybe almost twice the amount of leg, and then you have to be quite supportive as well. I mean, I guess Jimmy would say 1 in the kisser, 2 in the guts.
That's right.
And it depends on the length of the course. You have to do a bit more work if you're out there for longer, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good name. Look at that fanciful name, Summersby.
And she comes in on a 29.5 after dressage, and she's tied for 5th. Tied with Kim, and Kim came in earlier on a very good time, just getting a handful of time penalties. We're interested to see where the time is going with this division.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I was too slow, but I was very happy with my horse. And here Jenny's out of the box, and she's also another one of our riders from the Nations Cup team in Poland. Had a beautiful go there.
And the depth that this program is giving these riders, getting to go over and get this team experience and ride on some European courses, is just tremendous. You can't put words into how helpful it is. Educational.
Well, I can imagine. I mean, I haven't been on some of the trips or whatever for these bigger competitions for Burley and Badminton, but I mean, for me, it's it's the real thing we're going to be seeing going forward is having that team experience is taking away the stress and the extreme nerves. I mean, if your first experience is going to be something like the Olympic Games, my God, you know. So, you know, that's only a little bit of pressure, right? So if you can
That's
do a few
right.
of these Nations Cups and things, it definitely just makes it feel a bit, I mean, normal is not the right word, but, you know, just more comfortable, I guess.
Yes, and a little bit more of a just not everyday experience, but more of an experience and have the experience. And here's Woods again at that water.
Very good.
Beautiful ride in.
Well, he said I want to do 4.
And his elbows made sure that happened. That was great. Very nice ride. Noticing on a few of these young
That was a tighter
riders-
turn to that, but I think she's all right.
Yep.
Oh, she's going to do 4, I think. Oh, yeah.
Oh,
So a little
shoot.
bit of a tighter turn there. I was wondering
Yep,
about that.
Just like you said, and losing a little bit of that forward impulsion. Yeah.
Oh, well, off she goes. She'll be right.
Yep. Noticing with Woods too, we noticed on, I think on Arden's horse earlier, nothing in front of the saddle. No neck strap, no martingale, no breastplate. I'm not brave enough to do that anymore.
No,
I need something
I
to
need a
grab.
neck strap for sure. I think probably the horse jumps a bit better without anything on his shoulder, but
Yeah.
I would be having a neck strap. Good job, Woods.
Beautiful ride through there.
Yeah.
60 back.
Well, I actually kind of like, I don't use it as much at the jumps, but I kind of like having it in galloping sometimes, especially if you've got a spooky horse. Just kind of
Absolutely.
loop your finger through there so you don't feel like
Yep.
you catch them in the mouth if suddenly they go to the side. But
And you know, if truth be known, when I've got one coming out of the box and I want to make sure I don't start picking at them, I just loop my finger for the very same reason. So I just put my hands down and make myself gallop to the fences and not get in their faces.
oh, I love that. Yeah. Well, I'm going to tell you a little bit of a story, which I don't know if I've ever told you, but, you know, at Kentucky, you know how we're all sitting like, you know, deathly terrified at the, before we go out and we're watching the rider videos or the rider screens and the first horses go out of the box. And I was so grateful that they usually put you fairly early on. I remember one year when you were number 5 and I would pick and choose who I was going to watch, and you were always the one I wanted to watch because I wanted to not be terrified. And I could watch how you were going to go around there, and then I would go straight back to the barn. So,
Well, that's very kind. Thank you.
well, that's the truth.
It's funny too because I'm the same way. I pick and choose who I want to watch.
Great ride there.
Look at that.
Great ride. Oh, good girl. Look at
Yep,
that.
well
That was a
sat.
super piece of cross-country riding.
Yep. She never missed a beat.
Yep. And she definitely had a peek at that rail, but she was just staying behind him and said, come on, and had a big leap over the ditch and then a trip, but then she just stayed so centered, and she also softened the reins and allowed the horse to figure it out through there. That was
Yep.
really impressive.
And so important that she just didn't miss a beat. She didn't lose her balance, and
No.
she just stayed out of the horse's way.
That was pretty great.
That was.
It's a very good jumper, this horse.
It really is. And she's not hanging around.
Unfortunately, she had that little issue at the hedge, though.
That's right. I
Yeah,
forgot.
yeah,
You're
yeah.
right.
But that's okay. I mean, this horse is learning all the way around here. She was very smart to continue on and
Yep.
and get some more experience under this horse's belt.
And it definitely, as she jumps through here,
Lovely balance there,
Yep.
girl. Yeah, just lovely.
just looks like it's gaining confidence all the way around. And another beautiful forward down through there. So, our next rider out is that 64?
We've got Dana on course on her cute little Harlequin horse, and looked really good on the first part of the course.
Yep.
And so this should be Aaron, I believe, Aaron Risso. And here's Jenny at the big table coming into the last water complex. And again, I mean, you think about all the things, like after that little hiccup at the brush, all the things this horse gets to see from then on.
That's right.
To-
And she's been great just putting it behind her
Yep.
and riding forward and riding around the rest of the course. Very, very going to be educational.
Super. This horse jumps. Holy cow.
He sure does.
Very cool. Jenny might have to watch out. We might have to wiggle in the barn and take that brown horse. Put a more average one in its place. Very nice.
And so we've got a few more times in. Woods jumped around in 6:36, so he accrued 9.2 time penalties, bringing his score to 41.2, which puts him in 7th currently.
Good ride, Dana. Good with your upper body coming in there. That had a little bit of a peak. I think she was planning on trying to get in there a little bit closer, and it held a bit, and just stayed behind him and allowed him. He could have shuffled there if he wanted to, but he kind of got a bit bold at the last second. But good ride through there. And Erin is from Massachusetts. There we go.
And she's riding Sports Thrilled Inquiry, coming in on a 35.7 in 19th place. And just a little bit quiet out of that deep distance at the end, but definitely recovered from it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and absolutely. And I think she could have had maybe slightly longer reins coming. I'm being picky now. Slightly long. I always ride really well from here. She'd look good through there, but slightly longer reins coming off of that drop out of the water because she just got pulled forward a tiny bit.
You're right.
Just got to be a little bit careful with that sort of thing. That you wait until you're off of the lip before you shorten your reins back up.
Great ride for Harlequin through that water. That was wonderful.
Yeah, this is a cute little horse, isn't it? Oh, but look at her. Great line there. She swung out. Super. Good job.
Yep, very well ridden. No penalties for knocking the flag down. She definitely was inside between the two flags.
I like how we're making sure that don't you try to put penalties on there.
That's right.
So here comes Spot around to the final water. Oh my gosh, great ride.
Look at that.
Yeah, that was a great ride at that log. Super.
Yeah, very nice. Again, another one that's very quick with his footwork and very fun to watch.
Mm-hmm.
A couple times we've seen the red or white flag get knocked down. It just reminded me when I first started competing, if you knocked a flag down, you got 2 penalty points.
Oh, really?
That's
okay.
how long ago it was.
Oh, wow, because, when they then took it away for a while, right? Because I remember when I started doing it, we didn't have anything.
Yeah.
And then they've gone back to this. Okay, well, that's interesting.
Well, I'm not sure you were even born when I first
started. Stop it. That's it. I mean, we were talking about this the other day. The eventing has changed quite a lot over the years. And, love it or hate the changes. The thing is whenever I find people are moaning about things have to change, I mean, we have to evolve in order to in order to fit into modern day venues and things. But, you have to remember that the sport has changed a ton since to the 2000s, and a ton since the 80s, and a ton since the 60s, and a ton since the 40s. So we've evolved a lot, and it's not a recent thing that this has been, evolving over time. Yes. So this is actually a student, someone I help a little bit. I rode this horse a tiny bit and sold it to this girl. And she is 90 pounds dripping wet, I'll tell you that. And I used to joke around that this was the elephant. He is enormous. His name is Jag, points down Jaguar, and Alex Martini, and she's a super rider. And she bought this horse to get back into doing some upper level stuff. So she's taken him around. This will be the biggest track she would have done on this horse. And she's bringing him up together. I only did a 2-star short with him. So she's done all of the work to bring it up to the 3-star. Look at him spooking at the crossing. Good girl. Good girl. I mean, this girl is absolutely tiny, but she's fierce, and they have a great partnership.
And that's what it's all about, is that partnership.
But that thing is enormous. If you stood next to that thing, it's enormous. So here comes Erin Rizzo. Oh, slip your reins, Erin. Good girl. Girl.
Good recovery. Jumped off to the right, jumping in a little bit.
Yeah.
But she got back on her line.
Good girl.
That's part of it.
Good
Thinking
girl.
on your feet.
And
Very
just
well done.
yeah, and showing just the thing that you can do, pretty much any striding in there. It's about getting from one to the other, and we've seen 4, we've seen 5, we've seen 6, but and they've all been fine. It looks like the elephant was good through that one. Good boy. Look at the size of its bum going away.
Look at that.
This. It's probably exacerbated by the fact that she's so tiny. When I was on it, it might have been a little better. So we see Brian O'Connor's trucked up there on the hill doing the on-site commentary. He does such a good job with that.
He really does. Been doing that for a long time, too.
Yeah. So I think Aaron's going to be quite happy with this so far. It's been a good round.
What a beautiful jumper he is, too.
Yeah, absolutely.
And a great forward ride on her part. Really.
63 back.
I'm sure you're right. She is going to be very happy coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. I've actually thought it's gotten a bit better, and the horse has answered every question, and she's going to be delighted with how he comes after this. He's going to be a better horse after today for sure. Girl. Good girl. All right, I'm hoping the elephant got through the... Oh, well, he must have. But this is going to be hard for him. He's a tiny bit ditchy, so we'll see. But he must have gotten through the corner. It was a little... Good for her. Sit up, sit up, sit up. Oh, he is a tiny bit ditchy. He did jump the hanging rail well, and she just needed to stay behind him a little bit more there once he had jumped it. But you know what? That's okay. We still learned something from that, and that was a clever approach, not galloping at that, just trotting over it.
Yep.
She just got ahead of him a smidgen, but it is, what you can't really see here on the live stream is it's very steep that he jumped the rail, I think, probably better than she thought he was going to, and just got a little bit forward.
Thought that it was just going to happen maybe a little more easily.
Yeah, but I think she'll still be happy with that, and I thought she handled it very well.
Very well. And now we have Megan McGrain on another Cooley horse. I think we decided we've got about 14 Cooley horses here on the weekend.
Well, I mean, it's cool, and that another thing we should have, the horse that Cassie Sanger was on was actually one that Caroline Martin had ridden as well. They'd sold to Cassie, so it's kind of fun to trace where these horses are coming from and who's helping source them and bring them along.
Very definitely.
Good job, Alex. All right, sit up. Good girl. And good girl.
Very well
Good
sat.
girl. Now give it a kick. There we go. Come on, kick the elephant. Good boy. And he's going to get a big pat. You know what? He's going to be a much better horse after this, too.
He really is. He's going to grow a lot.
Been a good boy. And that was a great ride through there for Megan McCrane.
And going back to your elephant, he's such a good jumper for an elephant.
I know, and I have to stay here. I'm going to swap out with someone in a moment, but I have to stay here to watch the elephant till he finishes. He is a good jumper, and I love it because he studies the jump so well, and he's careful.
Yep.
And for me, that's my favorite thing. I much prefer a horse that maybe is a little bit studying than dragging me if I get the option.
I couldn't agree more. Yep.
And they tend to be a bit faster. I mean, people might not think that, but tend to be a bit faster because it's the more rideable horses that are faster cross country. If you get run off with a bit and it takes you 4 or 5 strides to get back, then someone who's on an elephant is faster.
Definitely.
So get your bum in there. Get your bum. Good girl. She's just really recovering everything well and staying centered. She's doing a great job.
I was just thinking the same thing. She's on her game, and she's really thinking quickly and doing a super job.
Yeah, she is. And look at him. He's happy. He's certainly going to be a much better horse. I know we keep saying that, but much better horse after doing this. And this was a big track for him to be doing. I'm pretty impressed with how she's been the whole thing from start to finish. Hopefully I didn't just jinx it. Good boy.
Yep, super. I think she's running across up toward, the open oxer at the top of the hill toward the end of the course. That's really, really exciting for her.
Yeah, and that's a lovely jump. I mean, it's so fun to run up that.
Yeah.
I meant it's so fun to run up that hill and pop that.
And typically it does ride really well and jump really well. Here we are back at that coffin.
That
Very
was
nice.
a very nice ride. Good job.
And here we are with Lucienne again. I think this is her first 3-star horse.
Oh, had a little peek
bit-
there at the first.
Yes.
She would have used your neck strap there.
Definitely.
Okay, well, Stephen, I'm going to leave you for a minute, and I'm going to bring the wonderful Annie Bishop back in here for a moment. And
Great job today,
yeah, thank you.
Sarah.
Oh no, I was very happy
You
with
looked
my horse,
wonderful.
and thank you so much for being here.
Seems like I've missed some exciting rides here.
Yes, it's seen a little bit of everything, but riders are recovering and they're doing a good job out there.
It's great. It's great to see the horses, coming. They seem to be coming back happy, and the riders seem to be learning a lot as well, and that's what we want from a weekend like this.
Exactly. Big learning curve for everybody.
And the course seems to be riding incredibly well. Problems sort of sprinkled throughout. It does
Yes.
seem like that coffin is causing quite a few peaks.
Yes. Surprising peaks, too. Very last minute.
I thought maybe Boyd's would be the only one, but it seems
No,
to
we've
sort
seen
of
that a
come
couple
on from
times.
there.
You're right. Exactly.
And it looks like the time, Dana Cook, man, she was speeding around on FE Quattro, just 2 seconds over the time. There's Lucienne's horse just being peaky coming out of there.
Yeah, and he was the first couple fences not quite leaving the ground as confidently as you would like.
Well, again, this might be the horse, one of his first 3 stars. And so, again, it is about that learning experience and seeing different things. And I heard you and Sarah saying it's nice that some of these questions are ones that you will see at the 4 and the 5-star level. So it's great to start to get them to expose to it at the lower levels.
Exactly. That's absolutely. It's going to make them that much more confident for it.
So it looks like Lucienne's horse has done a few 3-star shorts, but again, this might be a horse that you just need that extra time with because maybe they are that careful.
Right.
And so you need to get them comfortable at the level.
Yep, absolutely. And I think if you're not used to, and I don't know, but if she's not used to riding a real careful or a little bit of a peaky horse, it's a different ride. And so you've got to be real positive and you've got to react accordingly.
And this is Megan McGrain. It seems like she's been having a lovely round
She
as
has.
well.
Yep. Super job. Be interested to see what kind of time she comes in at as well.
Doesn't seem like she's been hanging about,
No.
but doesn't feel like she's going that fast, but that could be
Exactly.
deceptive.
Yes.
Next in the start box is Anna. I can never say her last name.
Antrobius.
Yep, we're going to go with that. Anna Antrobius and Dark Energy.
What a good name.
Super
Look at
ride.
that. That is wonderful.
She knew he was going to be a bit peaky, and so she said, no, we're going.
Yep. Stayed behind him the whole way. I love when they do that footwork like he did coming out, too. They just know where their feet are, and they're looking for a distance and looking for what they need to do to jump out cleanly.
So Dana is still our fastest of the day, just 2 seconds over, and Kim, again, wasn't too far behind her. She was just a bit, has 3.6 time and is in second place in the clubhouse currently.
That is super. Okay, yeah, good girl. She went to her whip a little bit, just put him back in front of her leg. He was a little too careful jumping in. Now it looks like Lucien's horse has really kicked in, and he's in front of her
He
leg.
seems like he said, oh, okay, this isn't as scary as I thought, maybe.
Right.
And look at his ears pricked, really galloping on. Like, that's a lovely shot. And again, he's really grown throughout the course you can see so far.
Yep.
And she's given him a really confident ride and really holding his hand and saying, it's okay, we've got this.
I was just about to say the same thing. Absolutely, yeah. Real positive ride on her part. And this is coming out of the canyon. making that turn. She's got to get her engine going here because Sarah said it's a little bit of an open 3. Good. She got it done.
He found that fairly easy.
Yep. And here Lucien's coming up, I believe, yep, the final water. Great jump in. Wonderful ride through there.
That has
is
been
wonderful.
riding super. I did see a few horses sort of take that peak, and you and Sarah were talking about it's a little bit of an optical illusion to them, but he didn't seem to mind
It is,
that.
not a bit. Yeah, you got to ride forward to it. It's because it's a little bit downhill as well. And with that water on the backside and the ground dropping away, you've got to be real positive off the ground.
So it's exciting. These are the Lucien's horse and Anna's horse are the last two in the 2-star short division. Then we will move into, we have about 5 horses that are in the young horse 3-star division, which is exciting. And so we'll go right into those horses as well. But it's really exciting to be highlighting the young horses because it's incredibly important as we bring them up the levels to really highlight that. And I know that they do a great job in Europe of really highlighting the young horses coming through. And again, Anita Antonucci has done an incredible job of really pushing for the young horse program to be highlighted, especially here at Morven Park.
Yes, and I believe that, I'm not speaking out of school, I believe this is the first time we've seen this over here. And, having the 6-year-olds and the highlighting the young horses like this. And I think it's so important for the breeders for their program. Here we go for just another
again.
trouble. Yes, yeah. But going back to the 6-year-old program to help promote the breeders and their programs. And I mean, because without them, we're not going to keep developing the horses.
Oh no.
Shoot.
So they both seem okay. And
Yep.
here is Ariel Grald on Adiogo's Nobility, who is currently in 2nd place in this young horse division.
I got to know Ariel a little bit the first year she jumped around Kentucky, and got to know her.
Taking offense to that.
He is, isn't he?
We saw as Sarah was so fondly calling, the elephant looked very peaky through that crossing as well. And so there's just clearly something there that just feels, so these guys are okay. It's an unfortunate to part company at that coffin, but it has been causing problems all day.
Yeah, and she's got a smile on her face, so she understands what happened, she knows what she did wrong, and she'll be back to try it again another day.
She has some homework to do at home.
That's right. So I was saying I got to know Ariel just a little bit the very first time she jumped around Kentucky. And as Sarah said earlier too, she's one of those people that she's beautiful, she's great at what she does, and she's a really, really nice person. You'd love to hate her, but you just can't.
I think that's everything that I've heard as well. The first time she rode around Kentucky was when she and her horse took a flag for a ride for a bit, and she had an incredible round, probably one of the rounds of the day, and I sent Bobby Costello a note, and I said, who in the world is Ariel Grald? And he wrote me back, and he said, she's my student. I love her. You will too.
It's funny, I spoke with her after that happened when I was there as well, and she said, yeah, I felt something. There was something under my right leg, and I couldn't quite figure out what was going on. I just kept going. You got to love that attitude.
Of course, her partner, Leah Moore Master Plan, known as Simon at home, was cool as a cucumber as well.
That's right. He never knew it.
And I think that's how Ariel rides, was sort of, someone said that she has ice in her veins when it counts, and she just is cool under pressure, which you always want.
That's huge.
We're just waiting a moment here. It's great to see the footing really is holding up. I know that more of that rain was starting to affect the footing a bit, but it still looks like it's holding very well.
Very well, I agree.
So Caroline must be one of the busiest riders here this weekend. Caroline Pamuchku leaving the start box on HSH Connor. And she is in the lead in this division at a 28.1. And unfortunately, Ariel having some issues at the coffin.
There again, yes. And it's really interesting because, you know, I was saying earlier that at this stage of the game, these horses have seen any number of coffins, and they've seen the ditches, and they've seen the rails and the ground falling away on the landing side. And so it's just interesting that something is really bothering them about this. I don't know what it is. I don't have any guesses. But he really does not want to have part of this today, and he's not the first horse to say no. And we were wondering that it doesn't have anything to do with anything, but that vertical in is set on men clips, which we're seeing more and more at coffins these days.
Which again, it does change how the riders need to ride to that.
Right, it does. And so you wonder if that somehow could be playing into just being a little bit not quite as forward or as aggressive that they need to do to jump in, because they want to make sure their horse jumps cleanly and jumps around that rail and doesn't have it down. Caroline's doing a beautiful turn there, and her horses all seem to be very big striding, and he did that 3 very easily.
Caroline had lovely rounds in the 4-star earlier. Her most inexperienced horse did have a little bit of a problem, but she had lovely rides all the way around.
She did.
So it looks like Ariel got the coffin, figured it out.
Yep, got it done. And so this will be a big learning curve for her horse today. I mean, he definitely seems like he's gaining confidence as he goes too. And so this will be a learning experience.
This will be a good fitness test as well to really see where these horses are, because again, when they are younger, it is different sort of, the difference in their stamina is different as well. So it's nice to sort of give them some terrain that's a bit different.
Absolutely. And it was like you were saying earlier too, to build on it, to get this baseline in, this base fitness work in, and it'll only make it easier for them to get fit over the seasons as they come. Now Ariel's coming down to that last water. And that's quite a good question in itself. And he just jumped in beautifully over that.
Back with Caroline at the influential coffin. Super ride through there.
Yes, yeah. Just like footwork.
Ariel's just maybe turning off her watch.
Probably.
Telling it to stop beeping at her. Oh, looks like she is going to call it a day potentially, or maybe she's being pulled up. I can't quite tell.
Not sure. Yeah, it looks like somebody pulled her up.
Yep. I think maybe they considered that she'd had more than 3 stops at the coffin.
Yes, I think you're probably right.
So the good news about that is she got to go on for a bit and get more confidence in the horse. Not the way she would want her day to end,
mileage.
but
I wonder who this is.
I can't imagine, although I think Halloween must be her favorite holiday.
I am sure.
So here's Sharon White, obviously so easy to spot in that orange on Jaguar's Duende. And actually, I know Sharon thinks a lot of this mare. And I think they're wondering if Chiquita Banana wants to sponsor them, because this mare eats bananas whole with the peel on.
Wow.
And so it is... So that's her favorite treat, apparently.
That's good to know. I've had a couple horses whose favorite treat was sweet potatoes.
Oh.
But I didn't know horses ate bananas.
I didn't either. I have a horse that loves watermelon and would just eat the entire thing if he could, but might have to try a banana next.
That's the coming up out of the canyon. There's Sharon. Yep. Beautiful mare. Whoop, had to reach a little bit, but she was very on her job there, jumping out.
Sharon's such a positive rider and does really hold their hand as they're coming through, and it's lovely to see.
It does. Yep. And there's Caroline again, getting away from the last water.
So these are 2 of our Pan Am team riders on course right now, and Caroline and Sharon.
At the same time. Super through those skinnies.
She is not hanging about.
She is not. I thought for a split second, she looks like she might be a little tired now that this is about her 7th or 8th horse she's jumping around. But then she just sat right up. So, nope, I was wrong.
I think Caroline's about as fit as anyone going.
Absolutely. So I think we might be looking for Sharon to come into the picture.
Yes.
There she is.
One of the best rides we've seen through
Very
there all
definitely.
day.
Yep, very positive. The mare was taking her to the coffin the whole way. She just had to set up a little bit, make sure she was well balanced. That was great.
And next out is Daniel Classing with Butts Arthur, and Daniel is a Virginia rider as well, and we love having all these Virginia-based riders here this weekend. So Warm Blood Gelding, owned by Jennifer Larkin and Dennis Glockham.
Yes, Daniel and his wife Caitlin are out of Lovettsville, Virginia. Very, very local, very popular young couple, have a young son themselves.
And from what I understand, they have a fantastic facility with great schooling. And
They sure do.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. They have a wonderful program, too. There's Sharon coming out of the water. Yep, super.
took the flag, but no doubt she was inside.
That's right. That's right. And they'll have people out there videoing to make sure, so there's no question.
No questions. Comes Daniel to these angled brushes.
Very nice. He didn't even look like he was going that fast. But he
No.
made a quick little turn and came out of there. Jumped through that. Super.
So, Stephen, it's unbelievable to think that this weekend there's 18 divisions running. We've had, 6 FEI divisions and then 12 national classes. So when we stepped out earlier, we got to see a bit of the show jumping, but you forget there's still people doing dressage today and show jumping, and there's so much happening here at Morven Park. So we're glad you're here with us on the live stream, but please do come and see this beautiful facility in person.
There's so much going on and so much to do that you just can't imagine. And the number of people, volunteers, organizational people, judges, it takes to make something like this happen is just incredible.
It is really, it is unbelievable. I think that there are 75 volunteers out here today.
Wow.
I was asking the organizing team earlier, I think there's 60 to 75 here today, and then that doesn't even count who's been here for the other days to set up and who will be here tomorrow as well, between ring stewards, scribes, fence judges who are standing out in the rain. We should note it is not really warm here today, but the going is perfect.
Here comes another one of those big white-faced horses. Sure hope they don't tilt their head going down the center line.
Sarah Schulman riding Cooley Chromatic, which seems like a fitting name for this horse.
It really does, doesn't it? I don't know if he's a great big horse or she's a tiny person, but they're cute.
I think it's a little. He's 16'1", so
oh my goodness,
she must be
tiny.
She must be tiny. And they come forward on a 31.0 from dressage yesterday, and they're in 4th place.
Good for her. Very positive there for those first few fences.
Caroline made the time. She's
Our
home in
first one, right?
6:07.
Wow.
So she will stay on her dressage score of 28.1, and she is the first one in the 3-star to make the time.
That is super. Good
She
for
was.
her.
She did look like she was going places.
She did. She did. And here's Daniel. The second water. Jumped in beautifully.
Super through there.
Yep, just textbook.
And that's a place where, he slipped his reins and let the horse go out in front of him, but kept the connection so he knew where he was going.
Absolutely beautiful.
Coolly chromatic.
Great up through there. Just walked up that.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit uphill as well, so especially with it being long, when they make it look that easy, that's
But is that easier for a rider because you can keep really coming to it if you make the turn well?
exactly. If you make the turn well, that's the key.
Easy for me to say, sitting here watching all day. Daniel coming to this final water. That's been riding really well. Sarah and I had a bit of fun and went and sat on that first element, that dog, the other day, and took a cheeky picture. We were having a bit of a sneak peek at the courses. And it is beautiful. I cannot imagine how they make fences that gorgeous.
It's like artwork,
It
isn't
is.
it? You'd love to have any of that in your house as furniture. Great through those skinny brushes. I think he got up there a little more easily than he was expecting.
Yeah, he sat nice and quiet, though, and sort
He
of let
did.
it happen.
He did a great
So
job.
Sharon White's time is in. She's home in 6 minutes and 45 seconds, so she'll go forward to tomorrow with 12.8 time penalties. So she will end the day on a 42.8 and currently into second place.
I'm hoping she'll be thrilled with that.
The mare looked super all the way around.
She really did.
That was nice.
That was nice. That was very polite. Looked like it was supposed to be a 1 to a 3.
And he put in a couple little cat steps. He was
did.
very careful. And
Love it when they do footwork
Yeah.
like that.
And she didn't look hurried about it.
She did not hurried or worried. She
Yeah.
just sat up. She let him do his thing and stayed right in balance with him. Really good job.
So these are our last two horses on course for the day. Wow. She saw one there.
Yeah, she's not hanging around either, is she?
I love that. I just saw again a glimpse of the tents out there. I know that our good friend Patricia Voss with the Owners Task Force has a tailgate today, and she's really here supporting the Owners Task Force. Which again, this sport we couldn't do what we do without the owners and the
right.
support teams behind them. So if you are an owner and want to go visit Patricia over the weekend, please do. Or if you want to understand what it's like to be an event horse owner, also go talk to Patricia because she and her husband Dave have a number of lovely horses with Philip, and Dave rides himself as well. But really, they're great ambassadors for the sport, and we are lucky to have them and their
Absolutely.
energy that they put into the sport.
Absolutely.
72, Patrick, 72.
All the crew members put it all together.
And here she comes around, jumping the big oxer. And it looks like she's coming to the turn to that final water.
I think that's right.
Great jump in.
And this combination really feel like they have grown in confidence since we saw them at the start.
I would absolutely agree. Yes. Yeah. Being just that much more positive, that much more on their job, never questioning.
She just gave him a big pat there. So we're on our way home. And his ears are still pricked, and he's looking for those flags. So
Yep. That's a big part of it.
he looks like he might be feeling a little bit weary, but again, still galloping and still striding out, but just maybe looks like he's had to take a breath.
Yep. I would agree. Great gallop up to that 19th fence, that open oxer.
So that concludes our day of cross country. We have the scores up here. It was, again, the only person to make the time was Caroline Pamuchko on her young horse, HSH Connor. But what a competitive, interesting cross-country day we've had. We started with our 4-star long into our 4-star short, and then we just had a great 3-star short division as well. Stephen, I cannot thank you enough for being here today with me. Feel like I've had an incredible lesson all day, and thank you for that.
Well, thank you for including me. It's been my pleasure, my honor. I've really enjoyed being here with you ladies, and the day has just flown by. I can't believe we're already finished.
I know. I feel like we've traveled many miles and we've not left our seats.
Absolutely.
I'm Annie Bishop. Thank you so much for joining us today on the live stream for Morven Park International and Fall Horse Trials. We will be back tomorrow morning for the 2-star short cross country. Then we will be moving over to watch the show jumping for the 3-star, the 4-star short, and finally concluding our day on the 4-star long. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow, and thank you for tuning in.